or it might be, but that's where it always is. I scared some of that hummus
Hmm.
on the thing.
Hey, Ty, can you hear me? Ty?
Hey, Jerry, can you hear me?
There he is. I talked to him again.
Hey, Ty, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Madeline, can you hear me? Can either of you hear me?
Okay, you there? I think I hear you.
Yep, I'm
Okay,
here.
just wanted to check.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
no problem.
I would say have a good evening, but
It's going to be an evening, good or bad, regardless, Jerry.
ain't that the truth? All right, I'm gonna mute myself, but thank you for letting me know everything works.
And they say, no.
Fortunately, we don't get a prize for being on time, but here we are.
I had a lot of trouble logging in. My
Oh,
panelist thing, I had to go a route I never went before. So I don't know if that other people are having issues.
I'm very surprised that there are only 3 of us from the committee here.
I suspect
Hi,
people are.
Ariel.
Hello.
Oh, well. We'll be here for a while, I suspect.
I'm going to turn off my video and finish chewing my fruit.
Hi,
Good evening, Alex.
how's it going?
Oh, going well. I think, I've gotten a couple pillows and some blankets and
Have you taken your bathroom break? It's time.
it's time. I suspect I'll need another one somewhere in the middle of the meeting, if not before, but what the heck? Should be an interesting evening. Have you received any emails about this?
So I understand that some people on the committee have received a lot of emails.
I have received 94. Each one the same.
So I haven't. Um, but I understand that emails are going out.
Yep. It's should be interesting. It would be nice if some of the emails were a little different.
I think in
So-
these circumstances, there's always a trade-off between, volume and then individuated,
Yeah.
you know, uh, letters that can be more impactful. So it's hard because if you ask people to individuate their letters, then you get fewer of them.
That is correct. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm sure there'll be more. Actually, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more just came in.
Good. I see a comment in the chat, which we'll address when the meeting is in full bloom, but there will be likely an opportunity for public comment, but toward the end of this meeting, because we had a full-blown public hearing, and the primary purpose today is for committee discussion.
Good. Good evening, Mr. David Briggs. How are you, Sir David?
I almost feel like royalty with that kind of introduction.
Well,
I'm doing well, thank you.
all right. I'm going to mute
I-
myself and wait till we get started.
I have a pillow nearby in case this runs late.
I just told Alex I brought some pillows and blankets just in case the AC gets too strong.
I have a cushion for my chair. I haven't put it on yet, but I will later.
Do you mean you have a cushion for David or me?
I like that. Capital C. Not really.
I don't think so, no.
I'll mute myself.
A little technical difficulty. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn.
Ty, can
evening.
you promote Suzanne? It looks like Suzanne might be in the attendees.
Yeah, 1 second.
Good evening, Glenn.
Good evening. Did I see in Mike's email from today that DCP is going to be presenting something to us tonight?
So if Mike's email said that, that would be not accurate.
Okay.
DCP's here, or, if we have questions. And I also know that Amy Motsney is here from GCC. If people have questions, particularly on CSO stuff, she's a real expert. But I think we should think about them as a resource if we need to, but mostly this is for our discussion.
Yeah, it's like
and-
a phone a friend.
Exactly. So,
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the email again. He mentions we'll hear from DCP. So, all right, that's what I figured. I'm counting 11 members so far, but I don't think I have an up-to-date list on this committee.
well, if we have 11 members, then that would be a quorum because we
Yeah.
have 20 people on the committee. And I
20?
think
Okay.
and I believe the roster is on the website. So
I think that's really old, though.
it may have been updated, Glenn.
Okay.
At least I know that an update is in the works if it's not updated now. If you'd like, I can, if you have questions about who's on the committee, I could read off what the roster is. But you just let me know.
But they indicate that they weren't gonna make it?
Allison indicated she wasn't going to make it.
Okay.
She's the only one
I'm-
so far.
I'm not
Okay.
sure we have 11. I get 10. Unless there's someone here that,
Oh, but Seal's on, so I see 11.
Yeah, I'm getting
Yeah,
11.
that's 11.
oh, okay.
So that would be a quorum. So why don't we give it another minute or two and then we'll start.
Hey, Mark, you're not using your phone tonight, it looks like. You're on a computer?
Yeah, I thought this was important enough to update for. It took me half the day to get it ready, but yeah. The other half a day was reading the inundation of emails I got.
Well, the good thing is if you read one, you read them all.
No, you had to read two.
Oh,
They weren't all the same.
mine were almost,
There was some variation.
I didn't get any of them.
well, at last count, I'm up to 99.
Oh, God.
And if one of those bottles should happen to fall,
Oh, 98 bottles.
98 emails. I would suggest that we get started.
Okay, let's do it. Well, we do have a quorum, and thank you everyone for being here. I know that we've had a lot of meetings recently, and we'll have more soon. In fact, 2 next week, a full board meeting, and then another meeting on related applications here a week from today. And so, and I know that everyone here just sat through and listened to a lengthy and really, I think, illuminating, edifying public hearing where we got just a startling amount of thoughtful testimony. And I watched it again because it's hard to, to stay fully focused for the whole 6 hours. And I was actually even more blown away by just how many thoughtful comments we got on a second listen. So thank you to everyone in the audience who participated in that too. So just because we have a lot of people here who probably might be tuning into this process and might not be old hands at this, just want to clarify what's happening here again. There's an application for a rezoning that's from the city. And as a community board, we're a all advisory body, all volunteer body that has to vote on the city's proposal. Now, what we say is advisory, it's a recommendation, it's taken into account by the folks, primarily the city and the council member, who will ultimately decide whether the rezoning goes into effect. So if we say yes, that doesn't mean the rezoning is going to happen. If we say no, it doesn't mean it won't. And typically in these situations, what happens is a community board says yes, but, and then lists all kinds of problems they have or concerns they have with the rezoning, or says no, but we would support it if you changed X, Y, and Z. And that's the nature of a recommendation, which is just taken under advisement by the people who ultimately make a decision like this. Now, we had a lengthy public hearing on June 3rd. And so we had a long opportunity for people, members of the public, to comment on the rezoning application. And so today is primarily an opportunity for the committee to discuss its recommendation on the rezoning. And so primarily not an opportunity for public comment, although time allowing, we're going to allow for public comment near the end of today. So that is the plan. Now, members of the committee know, and actually anybody on Mike's email list knows, that there's been a draft resolution circulating. And members of the committee also know that there was a request for a submission of written amendments, and everybody on this committee should have received a couple of emails that have those resolutions and written amendments. Now, the notion that we've discussed before and by email is that the resolution will be moved, and then we'll have general discussion on it, and then we'll have general discussion on all of the amendments. Some of these amendments are probably not going to take a lot of time. Some of them will probably be relatively non-controversial, but others might need significant discussion. But in the interest of time, I'm going to ask everybody to, look, we need a fulsome discussion, but we also need to move and maintain our quorum through a vote. So we'll all try to be mindful of that. So that is the way we're going to proceed, I think. And I believe Jerry has a motion.
Yes, he does. Those of you who received the motion on dated June 14th that Alex sent out, listing it as a draft motion, I would like to put this motion on the floor for discussion and a second. However, before I formally do that, I'd like to say that I think we have been working on this project for a number of years. And there have been, I won't say 100 meetings, but maybe if you include all the community smaller meetings, there have been close to 100 meetings. We are sort of at the end of our role in this process. We have a choice where we can give them a recommendation to the city planning that we are against this totally and we disapprove, or we can we can recommend approval with conditions. It's my feeling that recommending approval with conditions will get us more on the table and get our conditions to be discussed by both the borough, I shouldn't say both, by the borough president, by city planning, and our council members, in this case, Lander and Levin. So my motion is to recommend approval with conditions as stated in the draft resolution, which Alex submitted to us and sent around on the 14th. And then be open for amendments and discussions and votes on the amendments. So I move that we accept the motion, the draft as our motion.
I would like to second
Seconded.
that motion.
Thank you. So I think the motion's on the floor. And so why don't we start to have some general discussion on the motion? And what we can do is ask the people use the raise hand function, and then I'll just try to keep track of the order in which hands go up, and then we'll tick through them. And after we have some general discussion, we'll move to amendments, and then ultimately we'll vote on a resolution as amended, or we'll vote it down, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. So I see Glenn, you have your hand up first. Glenn.
Yes, I just wanted to first say that my compliments to everyone who contributed to these amendments and the suggestions for improvement. Clearly, a lot of work went into it, and I thank everybody who did that. I did not contribute because I thought my issues were pretty much covered by others. But I look at all of these amendments and think, gee, I mean, we're going to approve something that has, 30 some odd problems with it. That just seems counterproductive, that we would approve something and then cross our fingers and hope that all these issues that we have are taken care of.
Thank you, Glenn. Bob, I saw you next.
I'm 2 minutes late coming to the meeting because I was looking at all the emails I had got that say vote no for the zoning recommendation tonight, and realized that, in effect, I am voting no for it. I am not accepting what the city put down and said they're going to do or want to do. And I think with the document, what we have now, and with probably the other amendments added, we are voting with changes to almost everything that's mentioned. And I think that's an important thing, is we're making a decision to vote, but not on exactly the way the city gave it to us. We want specific things changed. We have them giving reasons and the listing of what they are. And with all of those, then I am voting yes for the motion, but I'll be voting no for the way the city put it down and wanted us to do. So I think there's a distinction there. Does that make any sense?
I think so, Bob. I mean, I think there's a subtle line there, right? I think you've articulated it well.
It makes
Mark?
sense.
Yes.
Mark, I think you're muted.
Yes, hi. I understand the issues involved in the rezoning and the multiple questions we have and asks we have, what demands we have, and all of that. During the pandemic, I got to watch a lot of the Hallmark Channel, which I consider to be the anti-development and pro-Christmas tree channel. And I've noticed that if you start with a very strong tree that has good, strong branches, like what I believe the Department of City Planning has done, if you can add things to it and make it really attractive, that's great. But starting off with a strong tree is really good. And DCP has done a great job, I think, in dealing with multiple aspects of what's needed in the neighborhood. I understand that people don't want large-scale development near them if they already live in a place. That's a given. But the truth of the matter is, there are other people who need to live someplace, other people who deserve to have a decent future in a good neighborhood, in a vibrant neighborhood, in our neighborhood. And the only place left to do that in our neighborhood, given all the down zonings we've had, given all the landmark districts we have, is in the Gowanus. Yes, I strongly believe that there has to be an agreement with our city council people with regard to the NYCHA developments and providing adequate funding. Why? Because that is the existing affordable housing that we have. But we desperately need throughout the city, and particularly in a neighborhood like Gowanus, new housing and particularly affordable housing. I know a lot of people don't trust government. They don't trust city planning. They don't trust this mayor. They don't trust that mayor. They don't trust pretty much anybody. But you know what? You've got to try to get things done, and you got to try to do them as well as you can. And I would support this rezoning without any of the beautiful ornaments that we want to put on it. But I hope we get all the beautiful ornaments we want to get at. And I've read all the amendments, and I support basically all but two of the amendments. Obviously, I don't support Bob's amendment, and I have trouble with David's last amendment. But other than that, the amendments are good things. All these things, if they were to happen, would be better for the community. But the rezoning would be better for the city and the community if it happened just as city planning has expressed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Jerry?
Okay, I had to unmute myself. I think Bob has brought up a very interesting point. The motion, the recommendations as presented by city planning put us in a box. They started looking good, and if you start reading the DEIS and look at all of city planning's recommendations and rezonings, it leaves you sort of not a bad taste in your mouth, but not the kind of taste you would like in a rezoning. We can make a difference. We can make it so that what started out as city planning as a document that had great promise, we can take that promise and bring it to the end, to the goal line, to use a expression that really doesn't fit here. But we can make it so that in years from now, when I'm no longer a member of the community board, not sure I'll be living in Brooklyn, but years from now, people look back and say, we created something that provided housing, affordable housing, and developed and improved the neighborhood. And I also have to say that we have to be careful. If you take a look at city planning's rezoning of downtown Brooklyn, it was originally planned to have probably 95% of it was to create office space. And in reality, we have 95% high-rise residential. We have to craft our amendments and our final motion so that we make sure that what we pictured Gowanus turning out to be is what it really is. And that we can look back and say, we did a good job. That's it.
Thank you, Jerry. Mark, did you have your hand back up?
No, I just didn't take my hand down, but
Okay,
it's nice to wave at you.
and I think Glenn?
Yeah, I have to disagree with Jerry. I don't think I don't think we're doing a good job by trusting that all of this will come to pass. I think we would make an error if we approve this with all of these conditions and give up our leverage, the only leverage we have. I mean, we have no substantial power here. The only power we have is our vote here. I look at what happened at Community Board 2. I don't know if everybody got the email I sent out earlier, but last night they surprised me voting 34 against the zoning, 5 for the zoning with 1 abstention. That's a pretty overwhelming, rebuke of what was proposed, and they're just dealing with a tiny little slice of it. But it makes no sense to me for us to surrender the leverage and trust that our elected officials who've been promoting this zoning, who are leaving office in a few months, will be able to make good on it. We'd be in a much stronger negotiating position if we deal with the incoming administration, who will be overseeing a rezoning and be responsible for making sure that all of our conditions are included in it. I mean, to do this now seems foolish to me.
Thank you, Glenn. Victoria?
I have to agree with my other panelists where I have to say that I'm against approving the rezoning as it currently stands. The ends do not justify the means. We have seen what trying without a plan does. Mark just keeps saying, let's just try, let's just try. Trying without accountability gets us the position we're in with NYCHA. The Red Hook NYCHA residents are living with mold, with no power, with no gas. They shut off their water all the time. That's the affordable housing that we've created. And the affordable housing we're going to create with real estate development companies, they're companies. We already know Jeff Bezos paid no taxes. Why are we trusting companies to create affordable housing in our neighborhood when we can't hold them accountable? The government can't hold companies accountable to pay taxes. Government can't hold companies accountable to do the right thing. Why are we moving forward and going to put our put our neighborhood at risk and put people in those positions? I'm really disappointed in that we think that we can trust real estate developers. I work in real estate. I don't work with developers. I don't work with management companies because they are always taking advantage of people, and they're going to find a way to take advantage of affordable housing. And the reason that affordable housing doesn't work is most of the landlords in this neighborhood don't want to take affordable housing into their properties. There are programs, a Section 8 program. Not any of the landlords at Cobble Hill and Carroll Garden want to take Section 8 tenants. It's other neighborhoods that approve those programs, and not Brownstown, Brooklyn, because they look down on the kind of people that have to be part of those programs. And it's really frustrating because we actually don't want affordable housing here, or this neighborhood would be accepting people that the city is encouraging to include in this neighborhood through the programs that we already exist. And I just think that we are trusting the wrong people. They only care about money. I don't know why you think real estate developers that would be responsible for creating the affordable housing that would be here in this neighborhood are going to do the right thing by us. Why would you trust them? You don't even know them. And you don't know these, and we're not going to have any of these politicians around to hold accountable. And I just think it's a mistake to move forward with something that the city has not proven to us that this can be fair and just and actually create the things we want. This neighborhood wants jobs, manufacturing, environmental justice. We've gone through the issues one, and I don't think this plan reflects those things that this neighborhood needs, and it doesn't have the right partners in place that we can trust. I just don't see an alignment and agreement with people that we know that we can move forward on this. We've just been told many things over time that keep changing to placate us, and this is not going to end well. And I'm very glad that I live in Red Hook and not in Gowanus, because it's going to be hellish to live through this process and then to see the end of where this lands. And I think we'll all be disappointed where this actually ends, because it's not in affordable housing. I would love there to be affordable housing, but this plan does not get us that. And I know that's what we all want. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Joanna?
Hi, all. I'm looking forward to digging in and talking in more detail about all of the amendments we've come up with. And I just have kind of a thought experiment to throw out for my fellow committee members, which is for us to try, as hard as it might be, to imagine that this project, as it's being proposed, is taking place in any other neighborhood in New York. I think we're all so invested in this. We've all gone to so many meetings and put so much time into it, and have seen all the good intention coming from DCP and from our electeds and from each other and from our neighbors. I think it's hard to look at this point with the kind of clarity and or distance that would be helpful to help us determine whether this really is a sound plan to move forward with. So I am just trying to visualize, if I heard about this project and it was happening out in Coney Island or out in Bay Ridge or anywhere with all of these same conditions that we're aware of, would it be something that I would want to see the city move forward with? So I just wanted to throw that out there for everyone to contemplate. Thanks.
Thank you. The veil of ignorance. Bob? Bob, I think you're muted.
Yes, classic line. I understand what Victoria is saying, and I basically agree with that. But by having the affordable housing integrated into the buildings with private developers, this mean that they're going to be taking care of their building, because much of their building is going to have full rate apartments, and it won't be a standalone building like NYCHA. And I think that may be better than looking at, oh, well, we're going to end up instead with a NYCHA kind of thing. So I can only hope for that. I don't know, which is better or worse, but I think this might be a step towards that by encouraging it. I think if we demand or insist that all the work, all the housing is done in the rezoning area, then they're going to be mixed in with the I don't want to say the normal or whatever, but the full paying people. That I think that'll make a big difference. That's all.
Thank you, Bob. Victoria?
Can I say a few words?
Sorry, I have to unmute
sorry,
myself.
Pauline. Wait, let's call on, what's that? Let's call on Pauline. Sorry, Pauline.
Go ahead, Pauline.
Your hand raised.
Sorry, Pauline. Go ahead, Pauline. Your hand raised. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have listened to all my fellow board members here tonight. I've listened to the community, and I am disappointed in the conditions that we're adding to this proposal. It should not be conditions, it should be mandates. We should demand that, and it should be included in this rezoning, that the CSO problems, that the problems we are having with the IBZ, that all the problems that we have discussed for so many hours in all these meetings be mandated as part of this rezoning, and not something that we hope that in the future with a new administration coming in that we're going to get. And as such, I find it difficult. I find it sad. I find that when people talk about affordable housing, they're forgetting my people. They're forgetting the poor. They're forgetting those that have been the underdogs in our society for so many generations, who cannot and will not be able to afford most of the housing that is proposing for this site. But it's apparent that this is not a concern for this board. And so I have to worry for my brothers and sisters. It is with sadness that I'm going to vote against this motion, because it fails to take into consideration all the concerns that we as community residents have lived with for more than 20 years. Having a sewer overflow in rain, having people have to spend hours pumping out their cellars, worrying about whether or not it's going to be a storm or a flood or whatever. It's time that we as a community take into consideration everyone within our community, take into consideration all those who are not as educated as we are, who can speak for themselves, and take into consideration that in a changing situation that we're in now with our community, with our city, we're getting a new administration. How do we know that those coming in will listen to your conditions that you're putting onto this rezoning? It should not be a condition. It should be all mandates that we demand be put into this rezoning, so that we don't have to worry if sometime in the future there's going to be money to do it.
Thank you, Pauline. Can I just thank you so much, Pauline, for that? Can I say that my reading of the draft resolution is that the conditions are demanded. The language it uses is the city must. It says that we demand. And so that was the intent of the resolution, was to make clear that the support is fully conditional on the conditions we're putting in the resolution. And if that didn't come across, then it's a failure of the writing of the resolution. But that's certainly the intent. Victoria, did you want to say something?
Sorry, I have to take myself off mute all the time. Yeah, I just wanted to say it wasn't Glenn, it was Mark, I think, that said about the NYCHA conditions being compared, that these developers would take better care of their buildings. They probably will take better care of these buildings, but I think that the point I was trying to make is that they're going to find loopholes to take advantage of the situation for their benefit, and that we should not be just realize that they want this to happen, everyone, because they benefit from it, not the benefit is not for us. They want profit, they want to find loopholes and to be able to hide things from us. Like I just want to be clear that we want affordable housing, but we're giving them exactly what they want, which is the means to make a lot of money off of us and not deliver the things that I think that we're asking for.
Thank you. Glenn and then Daniel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for the good intentions, but what the city will hear is an approval. The conditions will be put aside and it'll be approval, and then we're going to just, hope for the best. Going back to what Victoria and Pauline were talking about, this is presented to us as an affordable housing program, when very little of this is going to be affordable housing, and some significant portion of the affordable housing is going to be targeted at higher income people, not really targeted at the people who are truly in need of affordable housing. So, I keep coming back around to, this is going to be 90% market rate. I mean, even when we're talking about 25, 30% affordable housing, there are going to be many development sites that will pass under the radar for MIH, 10 units or less, or to be able to buy out. And we've never heard what the rules are governing buying out of the program. Even though we asked 5 years ago when MIH and ZQA were, created. I just see this as an enormous transfer of wealth, because the bigger problem than affordable housing is income inequality. And this is just going to add to it. We are throwing so much money at developers and hoping that some of the money will trickle down to affordable housing. This isn't working. I mean, it's been in place for 5 years, and I've read a lot of reports saying that it's just not creating a lot of housing. It's just not doing the trick. So I think we're making a mistake here by approving this.
Thank you, Glenn. Daniel?
I would just like to back up what you said earlier, Alec, in response to Pauline's impassioned remarks, which were quite moving. I agree, but I read the draft resolution in the same way as mandating these conditions as conditions on our approval. We are not giving an unalloyed approval of this proposal as drafted in the draft resolution, and to the extent that there's a need for some cleanup of language if there are any places where it isn't clear that it's mandatory, that we certainly should make clear that they are mandatory. As many know, at an earlier stage in this process, I was a skeptic of this zoning proposal, but I have come around to support it, and I primarily being moved by the incredible need that's been articulated over and over again for affordable housing in our district, and so I will be voting to approve it. Although I would hope that we move quickly to consideration of the amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. David?
So I wasn't going to say too much until I start hearing some facts that are just inaccurate. 90% of the housing will not be market rate. There's a whole plan to put non-market rate housing, 950 units on public place, which includes supportive housing, low-income housing, moderate income housing, all according to the MIH plan, and senior housing. And there's a group out there that doesn't want to do that because apparently it's safer to play in the grass than actually live on the site, and that's just wrong. So 950 units out of the 8,000 units right there, Glenn, is more than 10%. And then you have the MIH housing and all the large developments, which is anywhere between 20 and 30%. So I understand that there are small units, I think it's under 12 units or whatever it is, that aren't going to be subject to MIH, but they are far and few between compared to the large developments. So let's be clear about what the intentions are here with the plan. I certainly hope, and the city's on the line here, that every single one of the conditions is met. I expect our council member to advocate for all of them if we vote for them. But whether we vote for this or vote against it, we are just advisory. So I'd rather be in the position of advocating for something better and stronger, and I'm going to support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
I just want to clarify, what I meant to say was 90% of this development will be market rate, because when you factor in the stuff that passes under the radar and all of the commercial manufacturing that hopefully we get, if you add all that together, no more than 10% is going to be affordable housing, and not all of it affordable.
Okay, Mark, and then Suzanne.
First, I want to say, I definitely support Daniel's request that any language that doesn't show that it's mandatory be cleaned up and made to be clear that it's mandatory. But even as we are mandatory in our conditions, we are still only advisory, as David said. I think we are far more effective, as Jerry said, if we tell the city and our council people what it is we want to see added to this rezoning, rather than do what CB2, I think, did and just reject it. We have spent hours and hours and hours looking at the intricacies of this, and we have requested or demanded that things be added to it that make the community a better place within the context of the rezoning. And I just agree with all those aspects of what those people said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know whether any of the hands that are currently raised are meant to make an additional comment or whether they've just been up still. So assuming that they're just, they never were brought down, I think it's probably the moment to move to amendments. So folks, I think what we're going to try to do here is that you all received a list of all the amendments and they're in alphabetical order. And I propose that we move through them as expeditiously as we can while giving each one its due consideration. Some of them are probably likely to be very uncontroversial. And so I'll probably say that at the outset, and maybe we'll have a quick vote. If everyone can unraise their hand, we'll be using the raise hand function to try to tally votes. So we'll please, you'll be on, we'll call for A's and nays and abstains using the raise hand function on the ones that are controversial, and the ones that are likely to be uncontroversial, we'll just ask for a raise hand on a nay. Unless there are any objections in proceeding that way.
Alec, I just want to chime in here that I think Pauline is calling in. Pauline, do you have the raise hand function? Maybe if Pauline doesn't have the raise hand function, we can just have her vote, voice vote for each. Pauline doesn't have the raise hand.
I don't have the raise hand function.
Voice vote for each.
Okay, Pauline, would you be okay then if we just ask, we'll do the raise hands and then I'll ask you how you're going to vote on each amendment? Does that sound okay? That sound okay?
That is okay with me.
Okay, great. So that's how we'll do it. So if you're looking at the document I sent around, the first amendment is from Ariel. It proposes an addition under accountability. The essence of the amendment is to specify that the task force should look to our board's longstanding responsible development policy and review individual projects for whether they comply with our longstanding responsible development policy. I'm guessing this is not going to be an especially controversial one, but does anyone have any comment on this motion? I mean, excuse me, on this amendment? Okay, then what we'll do is we will, so I see a question in the chat. So let me just clarify. We're going to be voting on all of the amendments, and then we're going to vote on the resolution as amended, yay or nay. So it doesn't make sense to vote on the resolution before it's amended. So you amend it and then you vote on it. So that's how we're going to be doing things. So, okay, Mark, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, unless you're going to be the second on all the amendments do have to be seconded. I don't find this controversial, and I would be happy to second it, but they should be seconded, even if it's by you in each case.
That's a great point.
I second this one.
All right. So then the motion's on the floor. I say this is rather uncontroversial, so I'm going to ask you to raise your
Just a
hand
question.
if you oppose.
Can we assume if Alec put them up and the person and he put up the one with the name on who did it, that in itself is a second?
I'm happy to, if people are fine with that way of proceeding, I'm happy to consider all my having seconded all the amendments from committee members. Glenn, I see you have your hand raised.
I jumped the gun. I was voting for it.
Oh, okay. So I'm just going to ask, please raise your hand if you are against this amendment, against, a nay. And Pauline, please say so if you're against this amendment.
I'm for
Okay.
the amendment.
Wonderful. All right. So that is unanimous. Our next amendment is on the community preference policy. Now, this is also an amendment from Ariel. Now, you'll note that MIH usually has a community preference policy. Ariel's amendment which means that residents of a current community district have a leg up in whether they are going to receive an apartment in the lottery program that's used to assign affordable units. Ariel's amendment makes clear that we want that the city must give a preference in the affordable housing lottery to NYCHA residents, to residents of public housing. Is there any, I'll be seconding this motion. And does anyone have any comment on this? Joanna?
I guess it's a point of order. What this is amending in the draft resolution was a statement that we would be including some other community boards in this preference. And I guess I'm curious how we can address things in the actual resolution. Because I just wanted more information on how the other community boards were were arrived at.
I'm happy to answer that.
This is the right time to bring it up.
No, I'm happy to answer that. And yeah, so I think that as we touch on subjects, it's an appropriate time to discuss what the resolution contains on that subject. So the long story short is that community preference in a neighborhood that is predominantly low income, people of color, can help ensure that a development doesn't result in displacement effects and work against the sort of integration goals that I think a lot of us have in mind when we're thinking about supporting a development for new affordable housing. But our community board 6 is a little different. Demographically, it's predominantly white, it's predominantly affluent, and which would mean that having a community preference just for community 6 residents would actually work against some of those integration goals, which are the things that are motivating so many of us to be interested in this proposal from the very beginning. So the notion is that the city should amend the community preference policy to include community district 2 and 6, 2 being significantly more diverse than community board 6, if you look at census data. And then candidly, community districts 7, 8, and 9 are neighboring community districts that are also substantially more racially and ethnically diverse. And so the notion was, to the extent people would like a community preference that tries to have benefits for people who live around us as opposed to somewhere else, that's still honored. But the idea is that these community districts were selected because they're close by and because they're substantially more diverse on those metrics. That was the thinking. And Ariel's motion is just to add to that with a particular NYCHA preference. Jerry?
I guess my concern is the inclusion of boards 8 and 9 that are not really that close to us. I understand the intent. I will vote in favor of it, even with them in there, but I think that it's by enlarging the pool of preference, we're hurting the very people in NYCHA projects, both in Gowanus, Wyckoff, Warren Street, and Red Hook, that we're trying to who should benefit directly. And the larger the pool is, the more we diminish the effect onto our residents in projects within CB6. I understand the intent. I wish there would be a way to not only give them priority, but prioritize the list of CBs. I realize that's impossible. I will vote in favor of it, but I just wanted my objection to be on the record.
Thank you, Jerry. Is there any other discussion on Ariel's motion? Bob? You're muted, Bob.
I said, I think this is more of a point of order. I'm looking at the amendment list and see accountability that we just did. And the second one is Ariel's CSOs, and I'm lost at what one you're talking about.
Sorry, Bob. I circulated a revision of that. If you look at your email, there's a second
Okay.
copy. I'm sorry.
this
Honestly,
was-
that's confusing and I apologize.
It's added that so-and-so added one, so I thought that was the revised one. Okay, my mistake.
Okay. So I don't see any further discussion on this. I'm going to ask if you're against this amendment to please raise your hand. And Pauline, if you're against this amendment, please say so.
I'm not against the amendment because it's giving NYCHA Housing the opportunity to be included in the lottery. That for those who are familiar with those lotteries, when those pools go in, they take a lot of community boards around the city. So if we're limiting the community boards, we're giving them more of a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb, is that a no? You're a no? Bob, are you a no as well?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, my hand was still up.
Okay. Okay, so that amendment is passed. So the next is on CSOs by Ariel. And Ariel, do you want to talk a little bit about the nature of this addition?
Can you hear me? Because I can't
Yes.
ever. Okay. I'll read what I submitted. It says that it's regarding the sewer system capacity, and that's really around daily sewage. There's been a lot of discussion around CSO. And in that the EIS identified 2 water treatment sites that serve Gowanus, and they say they have the capacity to cover anticipated increase in sewage. But it wasn't, I couldn't find in the EIS anywhere that they studied the capacity for a regular dry sewage flow on a daily basis from Gowanus to the Red Hook treatment plant. This issue was raised to me a few weeks ago. I looked in the EIS to see if I could find anything. I raised it at our meeting with DCP and was told to look in the EIS. I didn't see it. So this is regarding the viaducts from Gowanus into Red Hook and back out to the treatment plant. So those are just another thing to add to other things within the EIS that need to be studied further.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this motion or this amendment? Joanna?
I agree. This needs to be addressed. And I think it's related, although it does have to do with stormwater. It's something that I submitted but didn't make the cut to the amendments. I would like to see a commitment from the city to do more uphill stormwater management mitigation, whatever we can get them to commit to in terms of, dealing with schoolyards that are still hard asphalt, adding rainwater gardens, helping homeowners with plans to redo their yards in ways that allow for more saturation, whatever. But that's not in there either. And I think it's a stormwater issue with the CSO.
Understood. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, I'm going to ask you to, Joni, you might want to take your hand down because I'm going to ask if you're going to vote no to raise your hand, and Pauline, please let us know if you're voting no.
I'm going to abstain on this amendment because I feel there's not enough included that will resolve the difficulties that we're having.
Thank you. The next amendment is from Bob. It's an amendment to 3 different sections, and I think this will be non-controversial. It's essentially, it adds language specifying that the city should make efforts for the schools that come online, early childhood education programs that come online, and workforce development programs as part of this rezoning have particular services for people with disabilities. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Joanna?
Just in addition, agree with all these. And I had been thinking about access to streetscape. There's been an ongoing effort by DOT to redo a lot of our corners in CB6. And I just want to make sure that any new construction in the project area is ADA accessible. And if there's a way we can mandate that. I mean, by code, it should be in there, but I think it never hurts to make it explicit.
Okay, so Joanna, a few of these ideas, I think what we might want to do is take them at the end as amendments. Bob?
I was just going to say, I have no objection to putting it in. If you can find a place in with what I put down that you want to add that, I have no objection to changing the thing. But whatever way you feel best to put it through is fine.
Well,
I wasn't talking about just physically handicapped or, disabled. So that's why I didn't think about putting in things like what you mentioned, but it's fine. Either way, I don't care if it's put in later or now.
Understood. Daniel?
Yeah, I from a process standpoint, I think that it's fine to accept, for Bob to accept it as an amendment, a friendly amendment to his amendment, and that we just vote on them all together. They're not controversial.
I'm fine with that if the committee doesn't object, Jerry.
I was about to say the same thing that Daniel said, so I agree, and that's it.
Okay, so I think that that's non-controversial, and so if it's accepted, Bob, as a friendly amendment, then we can vote on it together. And that's what we'll do. So please raise your hand if you are against this proposal, and Pauline, please say so if you're against it.
I'm for it.
Okay. Boy, the minutes for this thing are going to be really fun. Okay, the next amendment is the Gowanus Mix amendment. Ariel has a range of changes to the section on Gowanus Mix. Ariel, do you want to talk about this a bit?
Hi. So the most important thing, which is in the resolution as it's written, is requirement for mandatory inclusionary incentive as opposed to it being just an incentive. But within that, I think in terms of what we have from city planning versus what we went in hoping to get, I know that there has been, starting from many years back before DCP, the hope that this development would somehow be really truly different. And I think, DCP has tried very hard to make that happen, but I think this portion of it could be stronger, and that in addition to the mandatory requirements for the Gowanus mixed uses, developers should know that perhaps, and I'm saying perhaps, but in this case, since we're saying these things should be mandated, that specific uses around the types of uses that are now very vibrant, a little bit even more refined perhaps from the list that is considered the mix, because that doesn't necessarily grow what we all love about Gowanus. I was suggesting that certain there could be, for instance, weighted percentages of certain commercial spaces for artists and light manufacturing that should remain permanently affordable. And this is something that we fought for a while, been told we couldn't do that. Having it be mandatory, I'm not sure if it's still affordable, but that's my first part about it in terms of these uses and trying to just strengthen that. Some of this would be through the oversight committee. The rezoning task force would be able to weigh in on that. The second part of that is that there's the commitment to support, I'm just going to read this on the arts. The commitment to support and retain arts and culture in Gowanus has been integral to every Gowanus community plan for decades, but it's not that evident in this plan. And I'm taking this language, I believe I took from Bridging Gowanus. I took it from earlier things that we've written as a community board, and I may have even taken some of it from city planning's words. What we want to see is how it's actually, plays out in terms of implementation. So the creative industries are included in the Gowanus mix, but nothing in the zoning text ensures that this plan will facilitate the vibrant mix that is described. So there should be protections for existing artist studios, a requirement for creation of new subsidized spaces, possibly, something not unlike schools and infrastructure requirements. A percentage of Gowanus mixed spaces should be designated to arts and cultures, and including the preservation of some existing spaces and community art-based programs. And then the last piece of this, once again, I believe this is directly out of the Bridging Gowanus, is that the cluster of businesses and material reuse that has made Gowanus a leader in sustainable methods for reuse, recycling, and environmentally friendly waste disposal is also part of the district, but these industries should be further protected and expanded because these new techniques and capabilities could help to serve the increased population. And the reason for my adding some language around this, and maybe this, the language could be tweaked, is that we want whoever is going to be developing to know that this is more of a different animal than than is already being proposed, and that we would like to reinforce that at every step that we can.
Thank you, Ariel. David?
So I like this. My only question is about the last one. Just what industries exist right now that meet, that are sustainable, recycling, and environmental friendly? I knew of one, and it's gone. So I'm just.
So some of them may actually be in the IBZ, but this is also to encourage this. So we should be able to have these kind of businesses be encouraged to be developed within the kinds of developments that are going to happen. So we'll have a building that has market rate, has affordable housing, and has, some kind of industry that is applying itself to maybe that's so the recycling is right there, so people can do that without having to go into the IBZ. So we spread that we're going to get to the critical nature of the IBZ, but this development is supposed to not just be housing with a little bit. It's supposed to continue to integrate these uses. And so that's where
Can I make a suggestion? So
Sure.
the only one I knew about was the e-waste, which is gone. If there's another one there, then it definitely should be protected. If it's not, if they don't exist, then I would replace the word protect with encourage.
Okay.
I have no problem.
There is a list of them. I'll send you the list. I don't have it up right now on my computer, but there was a list of them. Some of them may be in, as I said, in the IBZ, but I can find that for you. I'm happy to change that.
But we're talking about the rezoning area.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would. That's my only suggestion.
So Ariel, you'd accept that suggestion?
Yes, I would.
Okay, Jerry?
I'd like to say that I support Ariel's amendment entirely, but especially the section on the arts. One of the things I recall vividly from the public hearing, there's too much I do recall, but is that people spoke about preserving. And right now, there is nothing in the proposal or in the proposal that really says, keep it. Don't just offer to create it down the line. Don't give them a bonus for this. Gowanus is to some extent an artistic community, and we have to preserve that. And if this is the way to preserve it, I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. In addition to the other points that Ariel raised, but especially for the artistic community.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, well, I'm going to ask if you oppose this amendment, please raise your hand, use the raise hand function, and Pauline, let us know if you're against it.
I'm for Ariel's point because I'm afraid that that was expressed a lot less in the public hearing, and they talked about being forced out of Gowanus. Those who have fled the city and came into Gowanus are now being threatened, being forced out. So I agree with her amendment.
Great. Okay, so that's added to the resolution. Okay, next is an amendment on the topic of housing by Bob. And Bob's amendment is basically this. Under current MIH policy, a developer can, under certain conditions, locate affordable units off-site on a different zoning lot. It has to be within a half mile of the project of the zoning lot that is subject to MIH, and that it actually bumps up the amount of housing provided, but by 5%. But his amendment notes that it undermines the sort of integration purpose of MIH to allow for affordable units to not be located on the same site. Now, my understanding is this doesn't actually happen for practical business reasons, but nevertheless, I don't see why. Well, I'm tipping my hand. I agree with Bob's amendment, and I support it. I think that the idea that MIH increases socioeconomic and racial integration is one of the reasons why it's a good program, or as good as we're being offered by the city. So, so I support Bob's amendment. Bob, do you want to say anything on it?
No, I think you've covered it. I just feel it's, if we're looking at a particular area, that everything should be in that area. And it goes to what we were talking about earlier with Victoria's comments about keeping the buildings mixed, and therefore there's a more pressure that the people that have the affordable houses, apartments, will do better by living there, not by maybe shifting to a building that's only affordable housing. That's all.
Right. Okay. Joanna and then Jerry.
There have been cases of this happening in CB2, so it is a really good thing for us to put in. And I'm wondering if we need to have any language in here about making sure that the affordable units have equal access to amenities and this sort of thing. Once again, I know it's supposed to be covered by the law, but it really can't hurt to reiterate that that is in keeping with how we picture these units functioning in the larger building.
Bob, would you accept that?
Yeah, I would accept, yes, that the tenants that are in the MIH be treated the same way as the rest of the tenants in that building.
Well, I will, if we approve this one and the resolution, I think that it's pretty straightforward, that language. Jerry?
I'd like to say that, as Joanna just mentioned, the off-site MIH buildings have occurred in a number of different community boards. We haven't had any. We actually had one that proposed it, but then backed off. And I think that that would defeat the very purpose of the rezoning. And I support the amendment. I think it's important that if we go along with what the city and most of us want is integration and changing the economic, what's the word I'm looking for? Changing the makeup of CB6 so we're more diverse. We must have this in there, and we should pass it, and we should make sure that in the negotiations with city planning or our council people, that this is the one of the ones we really fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, so I'm going to ask folks, Jerry, I think you're going to want to bring your hand down because I'm going to ask folks to raise their hand if they're against this one and Pauline to let us know her vote.
I am for this motion. I know that a lot of people don't think it's happened, but it has happened with a lot of developers who have had the opportunity to buy out of these development and move the low income portions from minorities into minority communities rather than using it in the existing building structures for which they were granted. So it is very, very important. That is why I'm disappointed in that most of these are not mandated, so that they're not shifted and that we as minorities in this Brooklyn Community Board will not be shafted. Thank you.
Absolutely, Pauline. Just to the language of the resolution does say the city must require all affordable apartments created under MIH be built on the same zoning lot as any market rate units.
Alec, may I make a suggestion that in some of the amendments that we're voting on in some of the sections, just by adding a phrase or some words that is reinforced in some of our conditions so that there's no question. The more often we say it, the better I think it will be.
Be
I agree with
repetitive.
Jerry, but we'll probably still get shafted.
If there's a global amendment that someone would like to change musts to demands, to use that word rather than must, that's a thing we can do. If that makes people more comfortable. I think the meaning is the same, but the mood music is a little different. And so I'm not against that.
Would you entertain that now or you want to wait till the end?
Well, we could do that right now if you'd like. Are you making a motion, Jerry?
Yes, I am. So moved.
Is anyone going to second?
I'll second it.
Two.
And let me just make clear what this is. It would be making an effort, right, through the whole resolution to strengthen the language around demands for the very reasons Pauline has been highlighting. Bob, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think Jerry started with a comment that might help to put them in every now and then, sort of. But I think that just makes it look like, oh, those are the only ones we're demanding. So as long as it is an overall, general, global demand, or general must, that's fine. Maybe before and at the end, so it's sliced there.
Okay, I think I have marching orders if we do vote on that. Daniel?
Yes, I'm for it, subject to a desire not to destroy your beautiful prose, Alec. So as long as this can be done in a way that doesn't destroy the overall forceful effect of the advocacy through what you've written, I'm for it.
Well, that's very nice. I think it will come out in the writing. So, but the direction is clear. So if anybody is against doing that, raise your hand. And Pauline, I think you're probably going to be for this one, but let us know if you're against it.
I am for it, of course. I want the strongest language possible to make sure that we as a community are not shafted. Other communities have gotten what they want. It's time CD6 stood up and fight for what we should have and must have. I repeat, we have to have it. It's not something that is going to be given to us as a crumb. It's something that is needed, something that is deserved, and something that we have to have.
Okay. The next amendment is on housing. Ariel has proposed adding a new section on housing. Ariel, do you want to summarize this one?
So this is a little late to the game to be put under the strong language that we just discussed in terms of a demand, because a lot of effort has been put into the affordable housing, there's senior housing, and there's supportive housing that is part of this rezoning. We had talked at times, and at this late date, I don't know if this falls under that same very strict language, but there's a lot of other types of housing that we could include in order to make this neighborhood sort of as unique as we would like it to be. And the three other types of housing that are not really represented here, one would be, which does exist, but I don't know the city's position on this, which is basically affordable housing for artists. I know that it exists. I'm not sure what the city policies are on that. Supported transitional housing, which is essentially shelter housing. I also know that we talked about that. I know that there is some amount of the affordable housing that will go to people coming out of shelters. I don't believe there is any shelter housing that's been identified for this new development that we're about to embark on. And similarly on the artist housing, developing the joint artist live work type space, which is something that has come up, again, it came up many times throughout our discussions. It doesn't really have a foothold here, and except in something I may talk about later, but it would be something just nice to include. And this would be where, once again, it might be something that as developers are required to come to our oversight committee, these things can be worked out at that level. I don't know if it's something that gets worked out here in this resolution, and I leave that open for discussion.
Johanna?
This is a very good amendment as well, and it reminds me of another population I'd like to see us supporting, which is young adults who are aging out of the foster care system in New York. I know there's a chronic shortage of units for them, and if there's any way to just specify that those are the kinds of kids we want moving to the neighborhood.
Ariel, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Is there any other comment on this? Okay.
As I said, I think the point was made by a few people about the importance of demands, and I do want to make sure that we have certain demands here that are non-negotiable.
I'll adjust the language accordingly, Ariel, in
Thank you.
response to that other amendment, and any other amendments here that don't quite have the strength that it's clear the committee wants. Okay, so please use the raise hand function if you're against this one. And Pauline, you can let us know if you're against it. And Pauline, I don't want you to feel the need to have to pipe up every time. So, it's just, if you can just say if you're against it, but whatever you'd like to do, Pauline, but we're just saying, don't feel compelled.
Oh, I know I'm not compelled to say anything other than yay or nay, but those who know me know that I have a big mouth, and it would not be like Pauline Blake not to tell you why she's giving you yay or nay motions or votes. So anything that will improve the quality of life of community, and for a diverse community as ours, with my minority being shafted, is always in my voice of yay. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't want to jump in, but that's exactly what I was going to say about Pauline.
Yeah, I just didn't want her to feel compelled that she had to every time. Sorry. I didn't, thank you, Pauline. Okay.
You don't know her well.
I'm sorry?
You don't know her very well?
That's true. I'm new, Pauline. My apologies. Okay, IBZ plan. Ariel has new language in the IBZ part of the resolution. Ariel?
Yeah, so this is in the same vein of just strengthening the language a bit. So I think now I'm not sure. I have to go back to it. I'll just read. It's not in your first paragraph. In the second, that the city must now commit to translating the vision plan into a zoning framework, and this is the addition, that protects existing businesses and then helps businesses stay in the Gowanus IBZ, modernize and expand while carefully managing competing uses that can impede industrial operations. This is addition, such as large-scale entertainment, gyms, and big box retail. The city should consider lowering the parking requirements for industrial properties, allow increased density for the creation of industrial space and production-based uses, maintain prohibition of new residential uses, and attempt to limit standalone office space by only allowing accessory office space use at no greater than 20% of floor area. Zoning and land use tools must be legislated, but until new zoning is implemented, there must be a mechanism to encourage expansion within the IBZ while curtailing uses that are detrimental. So once again, this is just to strengthen our position that the IBZ needs to be protected.
Thank you. And just in the future, I think because all the amendments were circulated in writing, we don't need to necessarily go through all the exact language.
Partly, I think there's 44 people out there who are listening in, and I thought it would be good for them to hear that also.
Okay, fair point. Jerry?
As most of you remember, it was only a few months ago that the Land Use Committee voted against a proposal within the IBZ in Red Hook for a 14-story building that would not comply with what Ariel is proposing. And I think that we would be remiss if we did not vote in favor of this. We have already gone on record as supporting the IBZ. I guess it was 2 months ago or 2.5 months ago at the meeting that we voted down that proposal for quote a model block in Red Hook with a 14-story building on it. So I think that I support this fully and wholeheartedly.
Me too.
Me three.
That's a surprise, Paul. And I look, I think that this is a recapitulation of what has been essentially policy of the board for a long time. And so, Jerry, I think you're going to want to lower your hand because unless there's, oh, Paul, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add it, and I know that there's a lot of thoughtful conversation going on here, and I know that what happens moving forward is a promise to create a lot of jobs for a lot of the people who are willing to work at the type of jobs that will be created. And I'm hoping that we can, I don't know what language to use. I'm not good at any of this, but when Whole Foods came along, there was a discussion about using local businesses and local talent. And the IBZ is a wealth of resources for carpenters and kitchens and marble and electricians and plumbers. So I'm hoping that these developers, these new neighbors, these people who are coming to our community saying they want to benefit those that are here will reach out to us in the IBZ and say, you know, we recognize your talent and give us an opportunity to do some of the work that's going to be coming our way. Thank you.
Well, I think that could be converted into a friendly amendment, which would be suggesting that new businesses try to source within the IBZ. And I don't know if that encapsulates what you're saying, Paul.
Yep, I think we need to work from our local resources. I think it makes sense. So any way that, you know, I don't want to add any more language to it than necessary. Ariel did a great job throughout this with the IBZ language. I just hope that they see the value of the IBZ not only in the short term but in the long term. Thank you.
And Ariel, would you accept a friendly amendment like that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, unless there's any more discussion, Paul, I think you're going to want to lower your hand. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if you are against this, and Pauline, let us know what you think.
I am for business development in my community always.
Okay, that one passes too. So now the next amendment is on the industrial workforce development piece. And this is also from Ariel. And Ariel, why don't you tell us about your amendment?
The main difference here is really just increasing the amount. I think you had $250,000 annually in the workforce training. Adding that to that is an industrial training and job readiness program. This is, in discussion with SBIDC, and they pointed out that in other, I believe it was East New York and other rezonings, the city has offered up more in this line. So the request is essentially to increase it from $250,000 to $350,000.
Mark? Mark, you're muted.
Hi, new system for me. I want to just weigh in on the fact that I want to say that Ariel has been tremendously comprehensive and thoroughgoing chair of the committee that we're on. I mean, I know Rick has done a great job, and I have listened a lot, but she really has been incredibly thoroughgoing in what she's done, and I'm supportive of all that she has suggested to us.
That's very nice.
I am nice at times.
I think that's a friendly amendment, Mark. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, raise your hand if you're against it. Pauline, let us know what you think.
I think we deserve to have more for programming. We have so many young people in our community who needs training and development. I agree with her.
Pauline, I didn't actually read another line that was requested in here is that it target participants 18 to 25-year-olds, particularly within NYCHA development.
Okay, so that has passed. So now the next motion is on limiting heights in the rezoning area. And Bob, do you want to talk about this? This is your amendment.
Yeah, I'm stuck with the white elephant, or the elephant in the room, I should say. Gowanus, well, the amendment says Gowanus is predominantly a low-rise neighborhood. That doesn't matter as much, I think, because it's obviously going to change. But the rezoning should look at the areas around. It's the neighborhoods around it are low-rise as well, and it shouldn't act as a blocking between neighborhoods, but it should act as a bridge to neighborhoods. So I feel that there is too much height in that. And I didn't put down, and I figured I'd leave it up to the committee if we want to decide what the height should be, if we just want to say any tower shouldn't be higher. But I thought, but I do have down, which is important, it should be in there no matter whether we pick a height or not, is that any height limit proposed, should not be allowed to be broken through such things as transfer as air rights or rooftop amenities or rooftop mechanicals. You know, whatever's height that we're told, there's still a elevator that goes up to the roof so that they can go out, and then the mechanicals above that. So we're talking 2 to 3 stories above whatever we're told. So I think that if they want, we should be picking a height that is the height. And that's it. I'll leave it to the committee to decide whether or not we should pick a height.
Thank you, Bob. So my own view on this amendment is I would support the portion of the amendment that says that the height caps that are currently in the plan should not be broken through air rights transfers or rooftop mechanicals, or we could say any other kind of chicanery. And because I'm comfortable with the heights as they are and don't want to see them go further. But as to lowering the heights, I think I differ with you, Bob. And this is where I'm coming from on this. I don't care about height for height's sake. I truly don't. And I grew up in Park Slope, and I like the low-rise nature of our neighborhood. If that were the only, if the conversation were purely aesthetic, I know where I'd come down. But you don't cut down the height for free. What you get when you cut down the height is less affordable housing, fewer jobs created. You don't get the school incentive that's going to allow for developers to build the schools that we need to provide in order to deal with the new population. You don't get the Gowanus mix bonus that the plan includes to encourage mixed uses for industry and arts and culture spaces. So it's, and when you put it like that, when you talk about the trade-off between height and housing and jobs and Gowanus mixed space, to me, I'm comfortable with the level of density. And I'll say also that I think the city did a careful job, to my eye, in taking the massing on some of the larger portions of this site and bringing it into the center, and then having lower massing in the design at the edges of the street wall so that it doesn't feel like we're getting a sort of Fourth Avenue effect in some of that Gowanus area. And so I think that they've been very thoughtful in how to deal with scale. And I know David could probably talk more about the sort of sophisticated things that they're doing in this plan architecturally and as in the zoning tools to try to allow for thoughtful massing. But because haircuts don't come for free, Bob, they come out of housing and jobs and all the other stuff in this plan. That's why I can't support your amendment as it's proposed. Mark?
Ditto what you said. I would support the second portion of what Bob said, as you said, and I think the first part of it is counter to what the rezoning is about in the first place. And everything that we demand for the neighborhood and add on to this in terms of protecting the neighborhood and getting more things for the neighborhood and more infrastructure for the neighborhood and all those things are great. I particularly love the fact that we're saying that you should not be able to put affordable housing off-site. I've been for that for 25 years and I've been involved for 25 years. So all that stuff is great, but I support the second part of his resolution and vehemently oppose the first.
Ariel?
I'm just wondering, and as far as transferred air rights, maybe rooftop mechanicals. David, are they part of the FAR? Are they considered part of that envelope or not? I'm not sure about that.
No, I mean, so first of all, a zoning envelope on a site, even if you transfer floor area over there, you still have to comply with the zoning envelope. So you can't penetrate the height just because you transfer floor area. That's number one. Number two, bulkheads are excluded from, and the parapets, frankly, from the building height, if we're talking about zoning. So I do like the idea of everything, because we have to have some bulkheads. You have to have stairs, we have to have elevators. And now with the new rules, we have to have a green roof and solar panels. So I don't mind establishing that there's some sort of datum that those have to stay below, such as the top of a bulkhead. And I think, frankly, Bob, on the mechanical, I would actually insist that we have some screening. I mean, we've all seen these buildings around New York where you just see the mechanicals up on the roof. You see them on 4th Avenue. In fact, there's a project, I think it's right near 3rd Street, between 3rd and 2nd. It's awful. And the mechanical systems, which I guarantee you penetrate whatever that maximum building height is zoning wise, are not screened and they're ugly. So I would support something that screened mechanicals and kept the heights below the bulkheads. Or
Bob?
at the bulkheads.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen this as sort of two separate amendments. One was the question of height, and I would have gone with whatever the committee wants, which doesn't sound like the committee wants to lower it. But I do feel that the air rights are the non-allowing to buy air rights and break the plane for that. And I don't like being told by the city that, this is what we have, and what's allowed is 375 feet or whatever the number is, when the reality is the 375 feet is really 400 feet. So if you want to say that when you present right from the beginning and talk about the heights, then you should be talking about the heights that are there, and then you build lower or whatever. That's it. I just feel that the way it's presented, if you're going to present the height of a building, then you present the height of the building, not the height of the building plus another 20 feet or 25 feet. So that's, well, I mean, because that's like number one, when they look at the zoning, they say you can build up to this amount of feet. And the reality is you're building up higher than that. So I would like a realistic count of what the height is. And if you want to add the mechanicals in and say that's where you're going to build up to. And screening them, which is a good idea, but that just makes it look like the building is another 2 to 3 feet, 2 or 3 stories higher. So it's a give and take on both sides when you do that. But I don't mind if the committee does not want to change the height of the buildings, or commit a lower buildings. I don't mind taking that out, or just or leaving it as 2 separate sections. Whatever you would like to do, Alec, on that.
Well, I was going to propose, Bob, that if you would accept a friendly amendment that started to be along the lines David was crafting, where David was suggesting we can, using his expertise, that there are ways that we can get at the problem you're talking about sort of, chicanery futzing with what is supposed to be a height limit, so that it's surpassed. And I don't know if David, if you have a proposal on what some of that language might look like, but that, as along the lines you're suggesting, Bob, that we would get rid of that first part.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't mind. Yeah. I was more important about to me was the not taking air rights, so that all of a sudden you have what was supposed to be a 30-story building, a 50-story building, which is what happens all over the city.
Yeah. My understanding was from the city, when I asked this question, Bob, you asked it to me, and I went to DCP and asked what they said about air rights transfers was that it would not allow someone to exceed a height, but it would increase FAR, right? So it would come in bulk, not in height. But David, what do you propose along these lines?
So but that's not true either. When you transfer, I don't want to get too wonky here, but when you assemble a zoning lot, say 6 different lots, you have to comply with the zoning still. It doesn't all of a sudden throw everything out the window. It may put more floor area in a lot that it by itself would have had less, but it's for the zoning lot, you're allowed to comply with that. So maybe that's what they meant when they said it increases FAR if you're assembling lots. In terms of the height thing,
just David,
maybe
just so I can interject, they were saying that even someone doing a zoning lot merger would have to fit additional square feet within the zoning district's height cap under the proposal.
Yeah, agreed, but ditto with the FAR. That's all I'm saying.
Got it.
Okay. Anyway, the height thing, I mean, maybe we just say any allowable penetrations of the maximum height cannot exceed 1 story, or the tallest bulkhead. Now you have to be careful with saying something like that, because it's with Robert Scarano, not to, that was something he got into some hot water with a few years ago, and I think actually a building near us did that. We were doubling the heights and inserting mezzanines. So maybe it's just an average story height in the building. I mean, that's usually 11 feet thereabouts, 10 feet floor to floor. So we can set an arbitrary number. We can say 10 feet. Everything has to be below that. Bob, I don't think mechanical systems usually go up the distance you're implying, but
Well,
I agree. You raise a good point. You raise a fair point.
Yeah, we've had plenty of buildings in our district that the elevator goes up a whole flight because they can get the access to the roof, and then the mechanicals are on top. So, I mean, it's
Yes,
clear that there are 2 stories added to it.
I agree. But so let's just say that the top of any, I forget the zoning term, and some of these guys, Jonathan or somebody on here could probably tell me what it is. But in the zoning resolution, there are allowable penetrations of the maximum height limit. Parapets being one, bulkheads being another, mechanical equipment being another. They're all categorized as a
Permitted
group.
obstructions.
Thank you, permitted obstructions. And that we can cap that height.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Well, okay, if you accept that amendment, Bob, then we can vote on that amendment unless there's further discussion.
So the amendment, let me just get straight. The amendment really only says we cannot transfer, the building cannot, the developer cannot transfer air rights to exceed the height limit, and then whatever you said in terms of on top of that, David. So those 2 parts, and that's fine if that's what you meant, Alan.
Yes, exactly. Mark, did you have your hand up because you wanted to say something else? Okay.
I think he wants to go to the bathroom. No.
That is totally fair. Ariel?
Okay, I'm just a little confused because we've already determined that with transferred air rights, with anything that is additional within the zoning, the height limit would remain. So why would we include that again? We're talking now about the second part is to say anything above would be limited to a certain height for the allowed obstructions.
I think it's a belt and suspenders, Ariel. We're making clear that we're concerned about this, and we're saying that we don't want to, in any circumstances, allow for air rights transfer to allow for it. So that's the idea. And we use that kind of belt and suspenders approach all over this resolution. That's for sure. So, okay. I'm going to call the question. So,
oh, can I, one last thing?
Yeah.
The language in here is such things as transferred air rights. Are we going to just leave it to transferred air rights?
We're going to be talking about permitted obstructions, and then I'll talk about clear language around air rights transfers. I hope that I can be a faithful agent in trying to translate this discussion into writing.
That's fine.
And I can help with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ariel, you might want to take your hand down because we're gonna vote on this one. Please raise your hand if you are against this amendment, and Pauline, let us know what you think.
I'm going to abstain. I don't like the effect of some of these buildings that are giving the tunnel effect when you walk down the corridor in your community. So I'm going to abstain on this one.
Thank you. Okay. The next motion respects the Old American Can Factory, and it's from Ariel.
So, and that's why I, coming after the height limitation amendment, I wanted to be clear that it was around transferred air rights, because this request does include making a change to the proposed envelope for the site that is the Old American Can Factory. Before I get started, I do want to disclose that a few weeks ago, I actually am now I actually work at the Old American Can Factory as of the beginning of June. I did make a I did check with the Conflict of Interest Board, and because I am only an employee, there's no conflict of interest for me to discuss this. I don't feel comfortable necessarily voting on it, but I don't know, Alec, if you think that's right or not. But we did have a number of exchanges with the Conflict of Interest Board, and I am in my rights to vote and to discuss, to vote on whatever I see fit, and also to discuss.
Yeah, I don't have a view, Ariel, beyond what the experts in the Conflicts of Interest Board. So I think we should just follow their advice.
Okay, well, so that issue here, this also links in with some of the items I discussed earlier. The can factory is really quite an amazing place, which now houses, over 300 artists and people in the creative fields, and that is 95% of the space that is used. And I believe it's I forget how many square feet, but as everyone knows, it's a 6 buildings at the corner of 3rd Street and 3rd Avenue. In the course of this rezoning, 3 of those buildings were landmarked, which is about somewhere around 80 or 90% of the street frontage. What happens as a result of that is that a development plan that has been in the works for many, many years, a decade or so, and which has been presented numerous times to city planning, has the support of the councilman. What occurs is that because of the landmark, there are 2 things that need to be preserved, and this development plan would like to use the proposed FAR to include residential, but also additional commercial, which in the case of the can factory is mostly around designers and nonprofits, and embodies what is the Gowanus mix. So in the proposed zoning, there is the envelope would not allow the amount of FAR that would be allowed to be developed. Only about 65% of the FAR could be developed. And the reason for that is that the development envisions a single, a tower set back about 100 feet from 3rd Street and about 65 feet from 3rd Avenue. So well set back. But the request is that there be the ability to do this as of right, to do the development as of right, without any discretionary action. And the city planning has, in dialogue, as I think many people have seen in city planning's presentation, there is an alternative option which is extremely onerous. So the request here is to do the development as of right. And included in this was text language, to help sort of explain exactly what that would be. The conditions are completely unique to any other site in terms of where the building is located, the size of the property, and it wouldn't be something that could be replicated anywhere else.
Okay, Bob, and then David. Bob, I got to tell you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Again, I'm muted. The American Can Company, as a Brooklyn historian, it was the second name of the building. It was originally the Soma Brothers tin building. And I did notice that they used that term in some of the handout literature that was used in previous meetings. So just to stop the confusion, I think we need either to put Soma in parentheses or the actual address in parentheses, so as to not mix up things.
Absolutely.
We accept that. Yep. Right. Okay. David?
Ariel, is this the same presentation or the same proposal that Nathan brought to our committee a year and a half ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay, look, I think it's fine. I despite what the board says, I would feel more comfortable if you recused yourself.
That's fine.
I think
Happy to
the
do so.
optics of Nathan coming to us and now you as an employee coming to us is
Absolutely.
sort of.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Daniel, then Terry.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear on this one. I gather that this was sort of proposed in some way to DCP for inclusion in the zoning proposal, and could have been. And I guess I'd like to hear why it wasn't.
It was proposed, and the city planning has. There were many discussions. This was not while I was working there, but there were many discussions, and as I said, city planning did
Yeah, I guess
provide.
my question really was we have Jonathan here, and my question really was more to hear.
Oh,
from
to city planning, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan, do you want to? Can you comment on this?
Sure. Actually, I can. Ariel, could you do me a favor and benefit and just give me the summary again, since there's a lot of moving parts here, and I just want to make sure.
Sure. Since I don't know if you have the amendment, I'll just read
No,
it.
I don't. That's why I'm asking. Just
Okay.
for help.
For decades, the Old American Can Factory has been a cultural industrial anchor of the Gowanus community as one of its most important Gowanus mix models and resources. The Gowanus rezoning should provide an as of right zoning envelope that allows the Can Factory to build the full FAR proposed for that site without additional discretionary action.
So the question is, so there's an assumption that they cannot build with the FAR on their site?
Absolutely not. I mean, remember, where the three buildings that are landmark, those would not be touched. So the entire amount of the FAR for, a very large lot would have to be, as I said, set back about 100 feet from 3rd Street and about 60 feet from 3rd Avenue. So it has a very small portion of the site in which to put all of its FAR. And the FAR, the program for the building, is all in support of the existing Can Factory in terms of the type of housing, in addition to the MIH housing that would go in. It would be an integrated community that would seek to sort of strengthen the uses that are there now with additional, as I said, additional commercial and additional Gowanus mix. And mind you, I just want to point out that the amount of the Gowanus mix in this building, should it be developed fully, right now, Gowanus mix is 95%, not counting circulation and whatever. In a new building, it would be over 20%, which the Gowanus mix incentive is 2%. So this is where and this is a matter that is willing to be mandated into this, that it would be 22% Gowanus mix.
No, yeah, I don't think anybody ever has argued or debated on the merits of the and specialness of the Can Factory and the mission. So I was asked. So I'm still sort of wondering, because there is an as of right development that they can do. It doesn't meet the vision that they have. And that they have shared widely. So what is sorry, if I keep missing it, is there a specific amendment that you're asking for the zoning proposal to, because right now we've created in the text a authorization called, an authorization for large mixed use sites. And that's responding to the Can Factory, also applicable to other sites a small group of sites not on the canal, 40,000 square feet, minimum lot size and up. So it could be for other sites, but there's not many like that. So what part of the proposal or the authorization specifically are you asking to modify? And if I missed it, I again apologize.
Okay, if the authorization requires, it's uncertain and it requires additional discretionary action. It has to come back.
That's right.
So that's after having developed this for 10 years, that's just another layer that, after all of the amount of, as you said, it's been widely known and distributed. This plan was out there that would not be would not be helpful to have to put it off for another year or two. The more important part about the authorization is that it requires, I forget what the percentage is, but you require a like
50,
much
50,
more.
50.01. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is really
Right.
restrictive because it doesn't pen out. I mean, you couldn't build the building with if you were required to put it up to 50% of the gross mix. And so that's from a from a
Yeah.
development perspective is difficult.
Sure. So I can give you a little bit of insight, and also I know Amrita is on with me. If I am incorrect or if there's anything to add, please join in.
Jonathan,
And I won't.
Perspective. I just want to if it could be a couple of minutes, no
Okay.
more than a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I know you're busy. I was going to actually even start off by saying I don't think we need to go into the history and or airing any of the laundry between city planning and Nathan and how we got here. The reason for 50% is that it actually, the way that this authorization works, and to remind everybody, we've gone through 10 years of working on this with everybody, and we just had a long discussion of height caps and maximum heights that you all care a lot about. And we are proposing contextual districts throughout the neighborhood, particularly for that, and it's a very sensitive issue. And so when you're looking at a particular site like the Can Factory wants to do something different, we had a lot of discussions about what they want to do. And it's partly conceptual, and it could be here, it could be there, it could be 300, it could be 200 feet. We ended up coming with an authorization that would give them a lot of relief. Once they have what they want to do, they can come to us in the community and share it and have that be debated. The mechanism that the authorization affords a particular developer or owner is that it unlocks, essentially goes back to the sky exposure plane for height. So there is no height limit that way, which allows them to set back to the middle of their site and go up to fit the floor area and the vision that they have, which is still in formation, and it could be residential, it could be something else. And so because it has a really wide, ability to basically break into the contextual zoning and unlock these height waivers, it requires a discretionary review by this City Planning Commission and the Community Board. Basically, the opposite of saying you can on this site do whatever you want up until a certain unknown height limit. Is something that we're not comfortable with, and I don't think actually a lot of people in the community board, after we've just heard that long discussion on height caps, are either. And so that's how we came up with the authorization for that site.
Thanks, Jonathan. That fully answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Jerry, then David, then Glenn.
When this was presented to the Land Use Committee a year ago, maybe a little bit more, it seemed to me that we were being asked to buy a pig in a poke. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know how it's going to fit in. I was against it then, and I'm still against it, and I will vote no on this amendment.
David?
I only have one question. Does the current, and Ariel, I'm hoping you can answer this, does the current as of right zoning that exists today exceed the zoning that's being proposed in the rezoning?
Though the current zoning is a sky exposure plane, so it would be allowed. And as I said, it's kind of unique in that the part that would be larger than higher than the envelope is way set back and preserves all of the historic buildings.
So, sorry, which one gets you more square footage?
In terms of the FAR? Well, it's C82.
Jonathan can answer this.
Jonathan has to answer that one. I'm not sure.
Sure.
I don't know.
Do you want me to? I'm raising my hand because I'm trying to be very.
Yes.
Okay. The C82 has a maximum FAR of 4.8, which is usually community facility FAR. The proposal for the Can Factory and the Gowanus plan is the R7X, the M14 R7X, which is 4 FAR non-residential, 6 FAR, well, total max FAR is 6 if you use the Gowanus mixed incentives. residential is 5.6. And so it is quite a bit more, although there are height caps that come with the contextual districts.
Okay, Glenn, you had your hand raised. Now it's down. Do you want to talk? Okay, Joanna, then Bob.
I'm just a little uncomfortable with making a one-time dispensation to any developer, no matter how well-intentioned they are and how cool their mix is. And I'm also just wanting to point out that I think one of the amendments we just discussed might allow for this, more of this kind of use to be in the overall rezoning plan, making the need to focus on this one property maybe less important than it was before we came down strongly in wanting to encourage much more of the Gowanus mix.
Okay, Bob, then I'm going to ask if Ariel wants to say anything else before we call the question. Bob?
Okay, and I have myself off, unmuted already. I have the Old Stone House behind me on, and I'm unclear of what the specifics are. I would hate to see a big building right behind it. I know it's more than just right behind it, but I know that Staples and the buildings that are there, that little block, could go up to the height of the 4th Avenue height. So at least I'd like to know are we talking about taller than what's allowable on 4th Avenue, or less than that, or the same as, to give me a ballpark idea? I'd hate to see that view of from the park, with the big building behind it.
Ariel, you can answer and then we'll close it. We'll close.
Yeah, I think the height wouldn't be greater than the public place and a couple areas on the canal. I don't know it's offhand what the height limitation is on 4th Avenue.
Well, until we have details, I'm going to have to vote no for it until I actually know what we're getting.
It wouldn't be higher than allowable within the rezoning area. As I said, whatever is on public place and a couple other lots on the.
But it brings it out another avenue.
Yeah.
It brings it out. So
Okay, I think we have spent a lot of time on this issue, and so I think it's time to vote. And I'm going to be called. I think that the votes are actually going to be a little mixed on this one. So if folks can lower their hands first, I'm going to be asking for yes votes, then no votes, then abstentions, and then I'm going to ask Pauline where she comes down. Okay, so yes votes, please raise your hand if you were a yes on Ariel's amendment. Joanna, I see your hand up. Glenn? And that's Mark, me. Okay, please lower your hands. If you're a no, please raise your hand. Okay, just so I have this, I had Daniel, Joanna, Jerry, Madeline, David, and Deb as no's. Okay, and now I'm going to ask for abstentions. Please lower your hands and raise your hand if you're an abstention. Ariel and Bob. Pauline, where do you come down on this? Victoria, you're an abstention. Thank you. Victoria, you're an abstention. Thank you.
I'm abstaining on this one.
Alec, I'm abstaining also. Paul Basile.
Yep.
Yeah, Alec, Ariel's abstention is for cause, since she was asked to recuse herself.
Thank you for noting that. The no's have it on this one. This has been rejected. Okay, we're going to go to senior services, and let me try to make this one quick. Joanna has an amendment that would make clear the city has to ensure that adequate investments are made in services critical to seniors, such as accessible healthcare options in senior centers. This is part of the larger portion of the amendment on municipal services. Is there any Joanna, if you have anything you want to say on this one? Is there any comment on this one? Bob, Glenn, you have your hands up. Victoria, you also have your hand up, but I think that might be related to our last vote.
I just wanted to just say I lost my internet where I am, but I'm using my cell phone, and just in case I lose that, because earlier in the day they were both out, I wanted to suggest that, you know, we're spending a lot of time going over these, and a lot of work has gone into this. We're going to end up with something like 15 pages of conditions on this approval. The approval, of course, means the conditions are just asks. We can say that, you know, we demand that they, you know, are fulfilled, but it's really just going to be an ask. And I want to suggest that we will be more effective by disapproving the zoning plan unless these conditions are made part of it. So that's something that I think bears some serious discussion. If we're serious about these conditions, then we should insist that they may be made part of the rezoning and not just hope that they will be added in afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Glenn.
Just in case I lose you guys, I just wanted to put that out there. We can strengthen this even more by doing that.
I appreciate it, and I totally understand why you're bringing that up now. So let's move on to the next amendment. It is a amendment from Joanna on bicycle infrastructure and safety. And essentially, it notes a number of deficiencies in the DEIS with respect to bicycle infrastructure and safety. Joanna, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, I did a deep dive into the transportation section, and I really was shocked that the very in-depth studies pretty much forgot to do anything having to do with people on bicycles. So there were no bicycle counts. The studies of the impacts at intersections did not take into account people on bikes. So it's, as we all know, a preferred mode in CB6, and it's getting more and more popular. City Bike had some huge amount of rides last month, 2.7 million rides. So we can't just pretend like it's not happening, I guess is my point. And we need to, you know, take it into account when we're doing our analyses and ask for improvements to infrastructure to support this very clear trend, which shows no signs of stopping. So I guess the first one there is just to pay attention to bicycles. And yeah, it just was an omission. So wanted to get it in there.
Thank you. First of all, our David has noted that I just presumed that everyone supported
Right.
services and did not call the question. I'm sorry. So I took it for granted, but those of you who dislike seniors should raise your hand. Just use the raised hand function if you dislike seniors, and we'll note that. And Pauline, if you want to denigrate seniors, you can. And
it's a club we're all heading for, so I cannot do that. So, you know, anything to improve. My mothers and fathers who are out there who have come here ahead of me, I'm 100% for it.
Okay.
Can I beat them up with my cane if they don't want it?
That's Robert's Rules of Order, folks. All right, so let's now.
Well, hold on. I did raise my hand. I want that noted.
I'm sorry, Mark.
I want that noted. I raised my hand, and I have no use for seniors whatsoever. And not only that, but I do think what we should really add here is subsidies for burial costs. I'll let that go till later.
That is, yes, we'll talk about that after the meeting's adjourned.
Bury him at sea in the Gowanus.
Yeah. Okay, so back to a more serious issue is the transportation bicycle infrastructure and safety amendment that Joanne has proposed. I support this amendment. I don't know if there's any discussion on this one. If not, I'm going to call the question. Please raise your hand if you're a no on this.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, absolutely, Pauline, go ahead.
Are we going to make sure that all the rules and regulations that are necessary to curb the deaths and the accidents with bicycles and motor scooters are being incorporated so that we don't have to have any more people dying by being run over by a scooter?
Yeah, I think, Pauline, the idea behind this amendment is that the DEIS doesn't do a good enough job of assessing the impacts of the rezoning on the safety of people who are, not conventionally walking around and not in a car, but all the other sort of road users and bikes in particular. So I think that's exactly what she's saying, is the city needs to take a hard look at that. And I'm going to call the question. Please raise your hand if you're against this one. And Pauline, let us know what you think. Jerry, I got you as no. Okay, the next is also a Joanna transportation subject. This is on loading zones. And Joanna, if I have this right, we had talked about the importance of dedicated loading zones in the IBZ in the resolution as it stands, but you're pointing out the loading zones are useful elsewhere in the rezoning area, and so that this is an addition to make that point.
Correct. DOT has a program called Neighborhood Loading Zones that designates a couple of spots per block for the delivery of goods, for trades, for dropping people off for hire vehicles, for unloading your groceries, whatever you need to use it for, just preserving a little bit of open curb space on each block. And I think it would be a great thing to emphasize in a very dense neighborhood such as the one we're proposing.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I'm going to call a question. Please raise your hand if you're against this one. And Pauline, let us know what you think. Mark, I have you down as a no. Daniel?
I'm for it.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So now the next one is probably going to be a little more controversial. This is on the parking requirements part of the plan. Joanna, why don't you talk about this one?
Yeah, I'm proposing that we push the city on getting rid of parking minimums for this project. It's something we've discussed on and off in different meetings. Just from all the research I've been reading, every parking spot induces a trip by car. And that is something that we need to be moving away from as a city to address our emissions crisis. It also increases the cost of construction for any project. So every parking spot means that developers are putting money into that instead of into square footage that could be used for commercial, residential, anything else. It's a very transit-rich neighborhood. We all know that. This doesn't mean that there won't be any garages. There will be garages that you can pay for at whatever rate the market decides is fair. It's just getting rid of the requirement that new construction include a certain number of parking spots. I know the city has it down to 20% right now, but my calculation, and it's just for at the market rate
Just
units.
market,
Yeah.
20% of market.
Yeah, but that's 1,000 parking spots, and we just have to consider whether we want to be encouraging that many trips by private car.
Okay, Daniel, then David.
I'm against this amendment. I think that the setting the limit at 20% of market was a reasonable compromise. There is a need for off-street parking, and there should be some degree of mandating of it. And I think the compromise that was struck is reasonable.
Thank you, David.
Parking is not zoning floor area, so if you do away with the parking, you don't get more of zoning floor area. And you can charge for parking, on-site parking. So I just want to correct those two things.
Bob, then Jerry. Bob, you're muted.
Sorry, I don't think we should legislate how people can transport themselves. There are people that do need cars. There are people who want cars, whether they need them or not. And the reality is they're going to have cars. So mandating that there are at least spots for them and they can be charged extra for that, like most apartment houses do. That's, I think, reasonable. To drop it down to 20% is reasonable to do.
Jerry, then Ariel.
The advantage is that everyone has said what I was going to say, so I will pass.
Ariel.
Oh, I might reword this because I think I'm for eliminating a parking requirement. It doesn't mean that a developer can't decide to do the parking if they want to. So I would say there might be the 20% is a parking maximum, and I'd leave it to the developer. Maybe the developer is doing a particular type of development that doesn't require any parking. He shouldn't, or she should not be required to do the parking. So that should be up to the developer.
I think that as I read the resolution, it's already clear on that front. As I read it, it's saying, the amendment is saying you get rid of the minimum, which is like the legally required, the rule that you have to. I think that it's your suggestions in line with but that could potentially be clear. Paul?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding the resolution as Joanne's presenting it, but it sounds like she's wants to eliminate parking in the hopes that people decide not to drive. And I'm just afraid that the unintended consequences, you'll have cars driving around looking for parking and perhaps deciding to park wherever they can, and sometimes not in the best spot. So I think, as others have said, that reasonable balance, that if we're going to invite more people living here, we have to give them that option to park conveniently. And it should be on the developers that build this building to have some of that parking available.
Yeah, and just to say it one more time, I don't think Joanne is saying that you would prohibit anyone from building parking. I think that the notion is that we would get rid of the law, which currently requires developers to build parking, whether they like it or not. David.
So I'm spitballing this a little bit. One thing I would go along with is replacing the parking requirement. I would keep it at 20%, but instead of individual parking spaces, I would do car sharing in lieu of that, say like Zipcar. That would provide the same amount of parking, but then would be shared and would be specific to perhaps people living in the building or others who could pay for it. That's just a suggestion.
I don't know whether there's anything in the current rules that mean that these parking spots have to be, dedicated for residents of the building as opposed to used for those other purposes.
No, there isn't.
So, but I take the point. Is there any other discussion on this, or should we call the question? Yeah, Joanna.
I just had one more question. Did anyone see whether there was a parking study done in the EIS? I didn't see how many current spots there are. Does that exist in there? Do we even know what we're talking about, is my question.
Jonathan, would you like to comment on whether the EIS studied parking and
Yes, it did. It did. It's in there. I mean, do you want me to try to recite it from memory?
Well, that would be delightful if you have a minute.
No, it does calculate the existing amount of parking that is in Gowanus, and it projects based on the parking requirements how many would be built, and it shows a shortfall of that. I think it's around the 3,000 number.
Based on what requirements? So based on the 20% or the old standard or?
Yes, the 20%. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to call the question on this amendment. And so we're going to do yays and then nays, and then we're going to do abstentions on this one. And then I'll ask Pauline what she thinks. So raise your hand if you're a yay. Okay, I had myself, Ariel, Joanna, and Glenn. And you can lower your hands. And now if you're a nay. I have Bob, Madeline, Jerry, Daniel, Paul, and Deb. Okay, you can lower your hands. Are there any abstentions on this one? Oh, and David, I'm sorry. Abstentions, Mark. And Pauline?
No.
Okay, that amendment failed. Which sounds so severe, but yeah.
Alec, can I just throw in a comment?
Sure.
To the folks who are listening to this, who are not part of the committee, you can stop sending me emails. I have now hit 180 emails telling me to vote against the Gowanus rezoning. I think you've made your point, and please stop. It's just overflowing my email box. My inbox is just ridiculous.
Okay. Now the next amendment is a public health amendment by Ariel. Ariel? You're muted, Ariel.
Yeah, I didn't print out my own. Hold on a second. Let me get
I can dive into it.
Can
if
you tell? Oh, I get it.
Happy to. So essentially, Ariel proposes amending and creating a new section called Public Health, which would move the climate and flood resiliency study part of the resolution, which is currently in the Gowanus IBZ section, into a public health standalone section. And then she would add two subsections. The first is called the Gowanus Community Preparedness Plan. It proposes additional capital commitments to be put forward for the longstanding identified public health need for development and implementation of a Gowanus Community Preparedness Plan, similar to that which was undertaken for Red Hook after Superstorm Sandy. And the second section talks about the urban heat island effect. And it says that in addition to the challenges brought on by persistent flooding in the area, the urban heat island effect presents a public health threat in the area. It's going to get worse because of climate change, and that the city should make investments in development strategies, such as the one put forward by Urban Land Institute's New York District Council and Urban Resiliency Program report on Gowanus that could mitigate the urban heat island effect in Gowanus. That is the amendment. Is there discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, I'm going to call the question. Please raise your hand if you are a no, and Pauline, let us know what you think. Okay, that one passes. The next amendment
I'm a
is,
yes.
okay, great. Thank you, Pauline. The next one is some tweaks to the language on public housing. And essentially, we already have a section about accountability to residents. And here's how the as amended section would read. Okay, it says, inclusion, and this is in addition to the other parts of the resolution which already call for the full funding of all outstanding capital needs for Gowanus Houses and Wyckoff Gardens in the amount of $274 million, which is in the 2017 physical needs assessment, and calls for accountability and working with residents in all numbers of respects. And I commend everyone to read the resolution on these points, which is reiterating where the community board's been on this subject for a very long time. But in addition to all that, this section would read, inclusion and accountability to residents. In addition to committing these badly needed funds, the city must pledge to work with residents on the capital needs assessment and timeline for work, and to provide a mechanism for real resident input and oversight of the work to ensure it gets done, including but not limited to mandatory and regular reporting. Residents of NYCHA properties must be full participants in the decision for capital needs work that will accompany the rezoning. Is there any discussion on this one? Okay, I'm going to call the question on this one. Please raise your hand if you are against this amendment, and Pauline, let us know what you think. Okay, folks, we have 2 amendments left. Then we're going to vote on the resolution. We have a waterfront access plan amendment by Bob. Bob wants to add language making double sure that we demand that the city test the canal so that it's suitable for recreational use, because the notion being that the canal is going to be opened up for more recreational use, and that this testing happened before and after storms, and that the test results be available to the public, and that they ensure that the canal is safe for recreational use as per EPA standards. This, I am sure, is very controversial, but we're all tired. So we're just going to, okay, yep, David?
Sorry, there's different levels of recreational use. So is he talking about swimming or talking about just boating?
Bob, you should unmute yourself and clarify.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Okay.
Sorry. I specifically said boating in the, which Alec sort of switched to recreational because I wasn't sure. But I do know that I wasn't expecting swimming. But I think the next thing down is the boating or recreational. So whatever the right term is for that.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I screwed up your amendment, Bob. I apologize.
Right. No, it's fine.
So I guess then you would accept a friendly amendment around boating.
Yes.
Okay.
Only if it comes with an oar.
Yes. It comes with a yacht club membership. Joanna, then Jerry.
There's just a good comp to let everyone know about Save the Sound nonprofit that operates up and down the New York and Connecticut coasts. Does a grading program, a lot like we have for restaurants in New York, at different spots, and that could serve as a model, and then people could use their own common sense about whether they want to swim in the canal.
Is that a proposal for a friendly amendment?
Yeah, like a framework, I guess, for like, what do we mean when we are asking for testing? Like just some rule of thumb to go by.
I would like to see after every storm, every major storm, and that's not very specific either, but I wouldn't want like the restaurants that get an A or B or C, and it's up for a year or two before anyone next looks at it. Certainly, the group that you just mentioned, and I don't know the specifics, but if they're doing all that large area, they're not going to be looking at it regularly. I would like to make sure that, you know, if we get a storm, which right now we're getting approximately 48, and this is a couple of years ago, CSOs a year, which is basically once a week. We need somebody who's looking at that on that kind of regular basis, and then making sure it's posted somewhere that someone can find it, not just public as in they'll announce it once and that's it. I mean, that to me is an important issue.
Jerry?
My concern is that what we're saying by changing recreational uses to boating is that we're restricting it there, and you can try defining boating in many ways. I would suggest that we just say something that recreational uses that involve contact with the water in the Gowanus Canal, which would take care of kayaking, canoeing, any kind of boating, anything else, even just running up a small outboard motor, small boat with an outboard motor on it and getting spray. I just want to make sure it's all encompassing. Eventually, the Gowanus Canal supposedly will be clean. This won't be needed. But I have no faith in the city in making sure that they follow the schedule that the EPA has laid out. So I would like to have it say any recreational use that involves possible and actual contact with the water.
Well, I think that would cover swimming and all.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying, not just boating, but anything.
Okay, well, it's Bob's amendment. So Bob, what do you think?
EPA has names for different levels. I mean, they've come to our committee and talked about not swimming, but the next one. I just don't remember what the next one's official name is, and is hoping that by the time we get this done, we can come up with, if Ty can look it up, or Alec or somebody, look up what that is. But that's sort of their second level of cleanliness, or, you know, of parts per million of whatever they allow. So there is an EPA name for that. I just don't know what it is. So if we leave that blank to put that in later, that's fine with me.
David?
Yeah, I like Bob's idea. I don't think swimming is the right, that's full submersion. That's chlorine. That's a whole different level of cleanliness. And it should be consistent with just a natural water body. And I think if we just leave the term blank, Bob, I know exactly what you're talking about, and we can find the term. It's contact, but not submersion.
Okay, well, if Bob, you feel like that's comports with what you mean, and David can help find the phrase you're referring to, the
I
technical
was
term.
unmuted to answer. I was shaking my head, yes.
Okay, good. So I think then if David can help
Wait a
generate
minute.
language, then we know what this amendment is saying now, and we can vote on it. So with all of that, I'm going to suggest, Bob, you lower your hand, or else you're going to be voting against your own amendment. And please raise your hand if you're against this amendment. And Pauline, let us know what you think. Okay, so now,
I'm against the motion.
okay.
No one should ever go in that canal, ever.
Not anytime soon, we can all agree. Okay. The last amendment is from David, and it's about, well, David can explain the motion.
Okay, so, over the years, and I know this hasn't been the most popular topic, I've been advocating for performance-based zoning, phase zoning, a way of sort of getting the zoning as it unfolds in alignment with the infrastructure upgrades. And the infrastructure upgrades are considerable. The transit, which is outside the city's control, frankly, is going to be impacted quite a bit, particularly at the Carroll Street station, as supported in the EIS. I think more importantly, and this is, I get this from sitting on the CAG for lots of long meetings, is the tanks. And the thing is, I've got two conflicting pieces of information about how much the tanks contribute to the cleanup, but if they are not built before a lot of this development happens, there will be increased CSOs in the canal, and I think that's unacceptable. Jonathan, I think if I understand the information that you've shared and that was shared last year, the tanks contribute 30 or 40%. Am I saying that correctly?
I think that's what I sent you.
Yeah.
From that presentation.
Right. So, and then the rest would be dealt with, I guess, in terms of sort of on-site retention, and then the new unified stormwater rule. Am I saying that correctly?
I think that's right. I mean, I think one of the challenges is that I'm not an engineer on this, so I'm trying to,
Sure.
make sure that you get the information, but I also don't want to overstep and say something that's wrong.
No, that's fine. Now, Amy Motsney was here, and now she doesn't seem to be here now. I was going to ask her because Amy, if you're around, feel free to make yourself known. And my understanding with conversation with the GCC is that the tanks contribute most of the retention. So if the tanks don't happen, we don't get the CSO retention we want. We have increased pollution in the canal, and I'm just trying to look for a tool that helps us manage that. And we worked out language about a legal remedy, but I just feel like there's nothing wrong with throwing out a suggestion, whether it's a good one or a bad one. I'm looking for progressive ideas on how to deal with the zoning as it happens, particularly if it's overly successful in the DCP's eyes, and many developments come online almost immediately, which they might, given the growth of the economy we're dealing with now, and the city continues to drag its feet constructing the retention tanks. I'm concerned that if the retention tanks are built to the EPA's schedule, they will be a failure of urban infrastructure. We'll get 2 concrete boxes. I think they deserve time to be designed correctly. I don't think the city should get just an unlimited timeline, but they're going to take time to do right, and I think the zoning has to track with that. So anyway, that's the basis of my proposed amendment. I'm open to better language.
Is there comment on this one? Mark? Jerry? Mark, then Jerry.
I remembered to unmute. So, in fact, I find what David's saying about there might be development quicker than we thought causing a problem. I think his very suggestion will create development quicker than we would imagine it happening, because they would want to beat a review of any timeline. The rezoning is something where people can rely on. A phased rezoning is not this rezoning. It is multiple rezonings, and that's not what this is. I don't mind thinking outside the box, but I think this box falls off the truck. And I want the the rezoning to be successful in terms of protecting the canal remedy. And we have multiple sections in which we essentially have given the EPA a veto over various aspects of things, because that seems to be the entity that is most trusted by the community and the environmental people in the community to make sure that this comes out properly. And I think that those areas, which we already have in the body of the main resolution, are sufficient for that. And I can't see doing what David has suggested.
Jerry?
I support David's motion for a number of reasons, but mainly the city's history on making promises in the Gowanus Canal, for the Gowanus Canal, for the cleanup, and meeting deadlines is awful. They have treated the Gowanus Canal shabbily over the years. They will continue to do so. They look for every reason to delay and maybe even get out of doing the retention tanks. They at one point recently, well, within the past year, proposed building a huge underground tunnel instead of a tank. EPA told them to take that idea and put it back wherever it came from. I support it because I think that anything that forces the city to meet its deadlines, to control the CSOs better than they have been, and for the benefit of the people who will be living there, who will be recreating there, if there is such a word, or to visitors. Anything we can do to force the city's hand to comply with EPA's regulations and deadlines, I support. Thank you.
Glenn?
So the best way to accomplish what David has asked for, because of Jerry's skepticism and my own, we should we should disapprove this plan unless the conditions are met, or until the conditions are met. I agree with Jerry. The city has been dragging its feet. It has, through the last administration and this administration, been an unwilling participant to the cleanup. And there's a real possibility that they will try to wriggle out of their responsibility and leave us with a mess. Now's the time for us to double down and get this place cleaned up. We've waited too long. Best way to do that, disapprove the plan and insist that the conditions be made part of the plan, so that we're not just sitting around with our fingers crossed.
Thank you. Joanna?
Yes, I feel like this amendment is a very good container for a lot of our hesitations and distrusts. And there were a few more I wanted to throw into it. One is energy grid concerns. Right now we have a private utility structure in New York State, and those utilities are not keeping up with demand. And it seems like 1,000 years ago, but it was only a couple years ago that we had that huge summer blackout. The minute everyone turned on their air conditioners. And how are we going to make sure that those utilities are going to be, providing the services we need to support 10,000 new units online? And similar concerns around whether DOT and NYPD have it in them to make sure that all of the construction sites that are going to be popping up create safe environment at street level. Right now we see, just a single building project along 4th Avenue where developers come in, they do as they please, and there's no enforcement. There's no, concern for public safety in the vicinity. And take that and times it by, 80 blocks and however many projects. I just feel like there's certain accountability gap that we're all kind of dancing around. So I would definitely support this and even bulk it up if we can.
Ariel?
I'm just, the conceptually makes sense, but I'm just wondering, David, how that would work realistically. Are you suggesting that the zoning proposal that is currently on the table would rescind after 5 years if the tanks aren't done? Like, how would that look in terms of how it would implement itself?
Can I speak, Alex? Yeah, okay. Yeah, a couple points of clarification. This is not a phase rezoning. It was pointed out to me a phase rezoning would require probably multiple ULURPs. That is not what I am suggesting. There is one rezoning, there is one ULURP. There are staggered effective dates. If anybody's ever looked at a zoning map, I've looked at plenty of them. There are always these effective dates over in the right column, and they can create sub-districts that each have their own effective dates. No, Ariel, to answer your question, it would not undo anything. It would just mean that once certain, I guess, benchmarks are met, and this is something I'm willing to work on with whoever wants to work on it, you have to sort of establish benchmarks that have to be met in terms of the infrastructure improvements by certain dates, and those dates being the effective dates. And that's when the legal remedies come in that we've already got in the resolution. Secondly, I just want to clarify, yes, EPA is got a lot of muscle, but they've had a hard time so far getting the city to agree to the tanks timeline. I mean, this is just an ongoing problem, and they're the ones that probably have are most effective. The rest of it, we're relying on state agencies and the city to, and as Joanna pointed out, a private utility to upgrade the infrastructure. Although I don't know if the electrical grid was going to be overtaxed by this, but with all these things that are outside of our control and outside the control of the city, and also just within the city, their own sort of, there are different agencies doing on different timelines. I'm looking for a tool that tracks the infrastructure with the development. This goes with schools, transit, sewer infrastructure, tanks, early childhood. That was a big one. That was it was a deficit in the DEIS. So I am open to sort of creating a model. I don't have all the answers. I'm just one person that's putting this out there. I don't think I would even put the word demand in front of this, but we need a tool that tracks with the infrastructure improvements. Otherwise, we're risking, and you can see it in the comments, a lot of people think this already, but we're risking a huge failure if this all happens and we don't get the infrastructure to support it. I guess that's my point.
Yeah, so I think it's an admirable point. And frankly, I think that the real hard challenge of planning is often that we talk about it like in a siloed zoning way, and then don't talk about all the things you have to do to make the zoning a success. And so the notion that those things shouldn't be like on separate tracks, that they should be interconnected at a conceptual level makes a lot of sense to me. I think that there are particular versions, David, of what, and David, that we've had actually quite a bit of back and forth on this particular issue. So I think there are versions of this that I couldn't support and versions that I could. I think the language you have here is a happy balance between specificity and generality, and it's posed as a suggestion and says we need a legal mechanism. This is one potential mechanism, and for those reasons, I don't oppose this amendment, but I think I wouldn't. I think that this is a very difficult discussion, and there are a lot of moving pieces here. I'm guessing we probably don't have the way to fully flesh out tonight in more specificity this idea than suggesting, one way you could do this is sub-districts with staggered effective dates, but some legal mechanism that ties infrastructure to zoning, which is your proposal, your amendment. Ariel, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think I would agree that if it's not demand terms, because I think it is, you know, were we always to wait for the perfect moment to do developments, it would be a difficult way to move forward. So I as long as this is, I think this is, it's right that we want to keep all of these critical infrastructure items parallel, but you know, it's good, and this is a reminder, but doesn't have the teeth. I don't think that we're talking about in terms of the way it's written here in terms of a demand is what I'm hearing. So is that what you were saying, Alec, that you would write it not as a demand, but we're watching, and we have, I mean, I think we go back to your very first part of the resolution, which is the, you know, Gowanus rezoning task force, which is meant to be in place with, you know, paid staff and community board and other community organizations part of it to keep tabs on this stuff, because it's going to be up to us to continue to put pressure on the city as we're trying to do now with this. So I'm
not just a task force, right? It's the resolution is replete with demands for the very infrastructure investments that David is saying he's concerned about. And we're saying we don't support this rezoning unless there's clear timelines and capital allocations and all that stuff to occur. I take David to be saying he wants, again, to use the same phrase, a belt and suspenders approach. He wants some kind of additional assurance written into the sort of zoning itself. And he's suggesting, you know, one way you could do that is staggered effective dates, but what he's really saying is some kind of legal mechanism. And taken on those terms, you know, I think certainly it conceptually makes sense. And I would favor leaving it there. I don't know if there's further discussion on this topic, but I am inclined to call the question. And Ariel, I don't know if you want to take your hand down, because I'm going to ask if you are against this one to raise your hand. I have Mark and Pauline and Deb. And Pauline, what do you think about this one?
The motion is on Clara, so I have to vote against it. Is David requiring that some mechanism be set up that would time infrastructure development and the rezoning so that they're taking place in a periodic pacing period? I'm not sure, so I'm going to vote against it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pauline. Okay, so those are all of our amendments. So now we have an as amended resolution. And I think we'll probably want some general discussion on this resolution if people want to make their case on the overall issue. And Glenn, I see your hand is up. So go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make a friendly amendment. It's not that friendly, actually. And change the resolution to a disapproval until the conditions we are providing are met. Otherwise, we're just engaging in wishful thinking. So that is a friendly amendment. We disapprove the plan until conditions are met.
As the maker of the motion, I do not accept your friendly amendment.
And Glenn, I think the way to maybe get at the same point, because the friendly amendment is not being accepted, is we're going to have a vote on this resolution. If the resolution is voted no, then there is no resolution, and then you could propose a no resolution. Does that make sense?
Yes, I just want to know, was that Jerry who said he was the maker of the motion? So this is
Yeah.
his resolution?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so that seems clear now. Deb, I see your hand is up. Did you want to talk on this one?
No, I forgot to put my hand down, but just putting it out there, support of if I can vote out of line, but I'm probably going to lose you in a number of minutes.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any of that.
She said that she had forgotten to take her hand down, but that she is in favor of the resolution and that she's going to lose a connection soon, which we're already starting to hear. Great. And Jerry, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Obviously, I support the motion as amended. I think we could be here for another 2 hours, 3 hours doing amendments. But I think we have done something that is long needed. We've taken a city rezoning plan and made it better. We're asking our elected officials, we're asking city planning to take our conditions and put them into effect. The city council and our elected officials can do that through the city council. They can make every part of the motion, including the amendments, part of the rezoning. And we will then have a better situation than what city planning gave us. City planning went just so far. We're making it better. It's now up to us to make sure that the borough president and our 2 council representatives support us in our action.
Thank you, Jerry. Glenn, your hand is still up. Did you want to say something else?
No.
Okay. Mark? Mark, you're muted.
Yeah, hi. I support everything that has been done and everything in the resolutions and everything in the amendments up until the last one. And I will be voting against this resolution because of the last amendment that was adopted.
Okay, Daniel?
I would like to call the question on the motion as amended. I think we've heard a lot. I think a lot has been said very eloquently on both sides, and it's time to vote.
I will second calling the question.
Okay. Well, that's that then. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to do yays, and then we're going to do nays, and then we're going to do abstains, and then we're going to do Paulines. So we're going to be using our raise hand function. So the first one is a yay. And David, if you would keep track with me on this one, I would really appreciate it. So if you're in favor of the resolution as amended, please raise your hand. So I have Ariel, myself, Bob, David, Jerry, Madeline, and Daniel, and Deb. So that's 8. Okay, you can all lower your hands. If you're a nay, please raise your hand. Okay, I have Glenn, Joanna, and Mark. If you're an abstain, please raise your hand.
I'm abstaining with cause, Alec. Paul Basile.
Understood. And Victoria, you're abstaining?
Is Ariel abstaining for cause?
No, she's
No.
not. And she need not, I think, because there's no can factory component of this resolution.
Okay.
I'm just following her COIB guidance, and the only objection that was raised was to a vote on the can factory aspect here. And so seeing as that's not in the resolution, that would be that.
Okay. I just wasn't
Alex,
sure.
sorry, who exactly abstained? Because Mark's hand is still up.
I had Paul as an abstain for cause, and I had Victoria as an abstain. Mark, I believe, indicated he was a no, but Mark can,
He took his hand down.
okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure we had the right. So that's 8.
I'm a no,
So-
David.
Yeah, got it. So 8, 3, and 2? Is that what we
Yeah,
have?
so that means that the resolution is approved as amended.
We have to ask
Alec,
Pauline.
Alec,
Oh, I'm sorry,
I have
Pauline.
not
Pauline.
voted.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You
I'm
have-
sorry.
I have not voted.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My vote is a no.
Go ahead. That
Pauline
does not-
said no.
Yep, that doesn't change the result.
How about Paul? How about Paul Basile? He hasn't
Um,
voted.
Abstention for cause.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay,
Alec, when you report it, Paul does not count when since he's for cause. You report it, but he doesn't add into the required vote. Okay?
Yep. And Suzanne,
Okay.
did you have a vote?
I didn't vote because I'm not a member of the committee. Just a full board member. I just wanted to sit here and listen.
I thought you were on the roster, but my apologies. Sorry.
If I am, that's a mistake.
Okay, okay.
Or at least I didn't know it.
Okay, great. So, look, the resolution as amended has passed. Thank you, everyone, for being here until 9:30 right now. I think, look, Glenn, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, I do. I would just want to make sure that, there's a sort of a list for the minutes of who voted for what. So
Yeah.
a roll call vote in the minutes.
Oh, yeah, I've done that for every vote. And unfortunately, it is my task to then record that. And so I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And this whole thing is recorded. And so we have that. We have the resolution as amended. It will go on to the full board. Now, look, it's 9:33 and we no longer have any actions that necessitate a quorum, but we do have people who have come here and they're in attendance. And it's usual that we do take some public comment. And so I'm going to suggest that it's, if the committee objects, fine, but I'm going to suggest that we take some public comment now until roughly 10 o'clock. And Joanna? You would raise your hand?
In concurrence, sorry.
Okay. So the best way to do this.
Alec, we had a 6-hour hearing on this a couple weeks ago, which where anyone who wanted to come and speak could speak. I really I'm not against public comment. I don't want I sat through all 6 hours of that hearing, but is there really a need at this point now that we voted, and is the idea that people can get further comments in before it goes to the full board? Is that the idea?
That would be the notion, Daniel. And I think that, look, I think it's a totally reasonable position to take. I started by saying we don't need a quorum here. I think that this is a recorded meeting. If it's like people, members of committee who want to hear some of this public comment can listen to it at any time. And I'm not proposing a lengthy period here, but we have some people, we just had a resolution vote. Members of the public haven't had a chance to comment on that resolution, and they won't really get one prior to the full board's vote. And so I was proposing a really modest, like 25 minutes until 10, and of public comment.
Okay, understood.
Yeah,
Bob?
yeah, I believe what you're saying, I understand, but every motion we take, once we put a motion on the floor, it cuts out community talk, and so there's never comment by the community on the motion that was just taken. I mean, that's standard practice.
Well,
Are you changing that process? Is that going to be open to everyone now, every meeting?
I didn't think this was atypical. I thought this was typical.
No, because we never allow the community to talk once a motion is on the floor.
Okay, so then, look, I'm not trying to, again, this might be a function of me just not fully understanding how we do things. Jerry, I know you're a student of the community board. What's your view?
Well, Bob is right. Once a motion is on the floor, only committee members can speak. And usually at the committee, we then go on to the next item if there is another item, or we would adjourn the meeting. Considering what we heard for 6 hours and considering the number of emails I received from people who didn't want me to vote in favor of this, I don't think at this point we're going to hear anything that we haven't heard either during the 6 hours or wasn't covered in the emails that I received in the two versions of it. So my feeling is that we don't need this. They will have an opportunity at city planning. They will have an opportunity at the city council. And I think that's sufficient.
I hear what people are saying. Joanna, you had your hand raised.
Just maybe my concurrence was too pithy, but I think due to the complexity of the issue that we are addressing this evening, that members of the community should have an opportunity to further discuss them in whatever form they like. I don't think there's any harm in listening and learning from each other continuously through this entire process, regardless of what happened with various motions.
No.
Jerry.
I understand what Joanna is saying, but I think they had their opportunity at the community board, and now their opportunity switches to Borough Hall, city planning, and the city council when they hold their hearings.
Okay, so respectfully, I don't mean to cut you off, Jerry. I'm cognizant of the fact that we're having a debate about whether we're going to listen to people, and rather than deciding whether we're going to listen to people. So how about we just do it this way? Why don't you raise your hand if you think we should stay in session for a half hour and continue to hear public comment. And again, we don't have to have a quorum. And so people are free to leave and to watch this on YouTube. You know, it's available, and there's no judgment on that. I mean, members of this board are being asked to do an extraordinary amount of work and listening. So I'm just going to call, if that's a motion. So would someone like to second that motion?
I second
I'll
that.
second it.
Okay, so if you're in favor of us staying in session for another half hour, please raise your hand. Okay, if you're against that, you can take your hands down. If you're against it, please raise your hand. And Pauline, what do you think about that?
I'm against it. It serves no point because unless you're willing to go into the full board and change your position in the vote that is going to be taken before the full board, sitting and listening to the community and trying to reason with the community. You have already taken a stand on this position, and you won't be able to change it until it goes to the full board. So I think it's moot to stay now to listen to what the community has to say.
Okay, well then, I think that's decided. We're adjourned. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who's been here and participating and helping us formulate this resolution. The members of this committee sat through a 6-hour public hearing just a couple of weeks ago, and they have 2 meetings next week. And so there's going to be a lot more time for deliberation and hearing your comments, and you can always submit them to the community board, which we can then read. And that written testimony is being collected and placed publicly. And the final vote was, I believe I had it 8-4 to 2. Okay. Great. So thank you, everyone.
I just want to add one thing, Alec.
Yes.
For a guy who just started and picked up as a committee co-chair in land use on probably the hottest topic in the history of the community board, I'd like to thank you for a job well done.
I second that.
That's very nice of you. Thank you all for helping me learn the ropes. Okay. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.